Okay, now listen. This is the part that people always hear contention about. At what point did ancient Americans, Moors, or whatever term you want to call for those that's listening, leave America and go to the East to set up shop? When did they? At what time did they go over there?
There's another book you can get called The Algonquin Conquest of the Mediterranean from the year 11,500. Get that book. And that book will explain to you, it's by a dude I think named Samuel Poe or Samuel Pope. I don't remember. Anyway, that book will let you know that we colonized everything over there first. And then back after the first ice age. Because when you look up when the ice age start, when they say it start 11,600. So 11,500, let's say, right when it allegedly stopped, we sent expositions from here. Because these Algonquins, like when we talk about Algonquins and these people, we're talking about the people who inherited the stuff that the people before them left. This is when we get into the Carthaginians and the Phoenicians and the Moabites and the Amalekites and the rest of these people. There's a book called, another book called, oh God, what is it called? It's called, maybe Florida, the Old World, or something. I forget the book, but in it, it has a quote from DeSoto, and DeSoto talks about the fact that he came over here and they needed to take the land back from the original Canaanites, Amalekites, Moabites, and these people. So we talk about Carthaginians, when we talk about Phoenicians, when we talk about Canaanites, when we talk about these people, we're talking about our ancient. These are what they refer to in the annexation of Texas document from the Congressional Record of 1845, when it talks about the land. The whole thing is owned by the Mauritanian races. These ancient Mauritanian races we're talking about are the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, the Fomorians, these types of individuals. And they eventually, over time now, right, consolidate themselves not only as seafaring powers, but as cultural initiators. And so they go to these different places and set up shop and all of that. And then eventually, the remnants of them, or the people that they initially come from, they still here. This is why when the so-called black nobilities of Europa started getting ran out of West Asia, they came back to where their forefathers was at.
Exactly.
We are everybody's forefather.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? But they want us to think that we look like this because our ancestors was raped by white men. Like this is what I'm saying. But like when you look at pictures of, let's just call them Indians for now, right? If you look at images of dark-skinned, so-called melanated Indian people, right? In the 1800s, in the 1700s, in the 1600s, right? The few pictures and stuff we have, they don't resemble the people we refer to as Africans. They are similar, but they also have their own designation. So this is not to throw shade on anybody from the continent that we call Africa, but to even call it Africa, we have to give respect to the Carthaginians because they're the ones that named it that. So this is what I mean about us trying to pick and choose which ancestor we want to identify with and not. Like we had ancestors that was dirty and we had ancestors that was clean. And the war is within us. You understand? Because we didn't fall to nobody else. We fell to people that look just like us. That's why we set tripping with each other today. You understand? Because we've never had a chance to regroup from what it is we lost. So everybody want to take their little piece of the car instead of putting everybody's wheel together so we can all drive, right? But then when we get in the car, it's going to be, well, I'm not going to be in the passenger seat if the Moor's driving. And the Moor's like, well, I'm not going to be in the seat if the Aboriginal's driving. Then the African's like, well, we're not going to be in the car at all if y'all niggas in it. So you see what I'm saying? This is the problem. The only people that have problems with Moors that I've experienced, like in my lifetime, as this, for almost, I'm almost 50 years old. Well, I'm 50 years old, excuse me. So The only people that ever really given me problems about being Moors was melanated people from America. But when I travel outside of America and they see what, they already know what it is. You understand? So that's why I don't take it personal or strive to culturally set trip on people based upon whatever ideology or whatever group or tribal context they want to deal with. Because in the end, it's all feudalism. And I don't participate in that.
But I'm hearing the conversation for almost half a decade now in the community that Moors and Indians or Moors and Aborigines are not the same, and that in fact Moors are not from America, they're from North Africa.
North Africa is a code word for Northwest Africa. That's America. In the Arabic is referred to as the Al-Maghreb Al-Aqsa, the Morocco of the farthest west. So that means everything from what they call the Barbary states over there, the Barbary states, which were over there, the Barbary powers were over here. And those barbarous powers were referred to by the so-called colonizers as the barbarous nations. So why would people who are different be referred to by the people as something else? Barbarous, Barbary, right? Barbarians, that's all another code word for Moors. You understand? This is where the name Barbara comes from, right? The word barber comes from. The word Berber comes from. But see, people don't do the root words of the etymology on none of this stuff because they want to be Indian. So if you want to be that, cool. But just know in 1621, right? That's when it switched. You became an Indian then. You weren't an Indian before that. We got proof. They got a headdress. I've showed it in videos mad time. They had a headdress from the time of Montezuma. And in 1621, it was referred to as the Moorish headdress of the Timistan king, the Moorish king Montezuma. Then after that, a little while, then they started calling it an Indian headdress after 1621 when they start calling you Indians. But you got to understand the term Indian, where that even comes from. You want to identify so bad with something, but I don't even think you really, not you, but I don't think people really do the knowledge of how this was instituted. It was instituted when they say Indian. The word Indian really comes from the root word Indus, right? And the Indus Valley, if you do the knowledge to it, get a book called Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers. And in that book, it'll let you know the origin of the word Indian comes from the word Indus in the Indus Valley in what they call Harappa, right? And the Harappan Indus Valley people are also the people today you refer to as the Nagas, right? Who allegedly helped build places like Borobudur and Angkor Wat and all of that stuff. The so-called serpent people. Those are the Indus. Those are the original Indians. So when Colon, who they call Columbus, decided he wanted to find a new route to India, he was trying to get to the Indus, right? And the Indus people at that time, right, they were all basically technically under the jurisdiction of the Khan, the great Khan who was running shit out of what they call today Far East, the Far East. So then you have the Spanish who then established what they call the Occidental Los Indias. I forget the name of it, but it's a merchant place over there in Italy and Spain that they have a place, and those people who referred to as the Indians fell under that bureau. And so remember, you had something called the British East India Company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you're saying you're an Indian, you got to define whether you're the red dot or the feather. But if these people were originally Indians, like I said, then why are you not referring to yourself as from where the root word comes from? Which again is the Indus in the Harappa Valley, which would then make them Buddhists. Because them people was basically like New Age Buddhists. And they were dealing with the serpent. They were in the serpent culture, right? That's why the original flag of the so-called Americans here was the Gadsden flag. And what's on the Gadsden flag? A serpent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, right. So the Spanish use the term Los Indios. You can look that up, which means what? Those who are lost, those who have no God. Because the God that we dealt with was not the one that Rome was dealing with. And that's who we've been at war with from the beginning. Go look at the books. Go look at the records. Read the records of Tacitus. Read the records of Flavius Josephus. Read the records of Aurelius. Read the records of Hadrian. The Moors were the ones fighting against the Romans. We have always been doing that.
Hey, let me add something to that. Can you hear me, Asim?
Yes, sir.
So that would go into the Intercatera and the Uno Sanction.
Thank you. And the Intersissimus. Yes.
So, all right, so stay right there. So boom. So when we get into like these secret society groups, like the Knights of the Golden Circle,
here we go.
Templar, the KKK, and remember the KKK who created the KKK are the ones who created the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Thank you. The Freemasons. Yes, this is what I'm saying. This is that they are the middle people that have been working to mess this up since the fall of man in 1492. They are the ones, because they are the Romans. You got to understand, there is no Europe. Europe don't exist. That's a made-up word. The word Europe comes from Europa, and Europa was a Phoenician Moorish goddess who was the daughter of Dido, who was the founder of Carthage. If we really want to get into it, right? So these Romans, we beat them after the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. We start moving heavy against them because we are the so-called millennial reign. We are the people that allegedly, when Rome fell, we came and globally reestablished harmony, piece of shit, through all over the world. Everything that we have now came from this time. We had the printer press, we had the clocks, we had the showers, we had gas, what do you call it? Street lights, irons, horticulture, agriculture, somatic building, mathematics, algebra. Everything that makes society run came from this period. When these niggas was in the dark.
We had it here in America, right?
Or wherever we was at, that's where it was popping at. So that was in America. That was in all of the satellite kingdoms that we had established from the year 11,500. Like I said, go get the book Algonquin Conquest of the Mediterranean, 11,500. You'll see what I'm talking about. And within that, we had it popping everywhere. That's why everybody came to us to learn. We are the ones that kept the whole thing going. Like there's another group called the Pekuni, right? The Pekuni, or who they call the Picts, also are related to who they refer to as the Blackfoot, right? Who are also called the Siskia, right? Or the Siskia. I always pronounce it wrong, but that's the name of the so-called Blackfoot. When you read the book by David McRitchie, Ancient and Modern Britons, it has a whole section on the Picts in there. So the Picts that was here in America, according to David McRitchie, written in the early 1800s, he's saying that they was over there in Europa and in Ireland and all that too. So again, showing that we have been constantly going around the world doing all of this because we think that the world look the way that they keep telling us, and it don't look like that. You understand? Like we was here when the whole thing was connected, bro.
I just want to make sure for clarity before you move on, just for the people that's listening, Moors are not from Israel and Spain, right? North Africa.
Spain is here in America. Grenada was here in America. I've shown the maps. Just go to my YouTube page. Look at any video. I even got them in the thumbnail descriptions in there. Well, I've shown you Grenada was at the top. Hispaniola was right under that in what we call Texas and Mexico. So this is what I'm saying. Like we're you have people who are holding the tail of the elephant and they trying to convince us they got their hand around the whole thing because they focusing on their part of the story. The Moorish part of the story for me is what allowed me to accept everybody. You understand? Because I'm not set tripping on that. Because in that, like I said, it had to be something first. And then it became that. So up until, like I said, 1621, it was Moorish or Moors or ancient Mauritanians or whatever. Then after 1621, which is really 621, then it starts to change, becomes Indian. Then after a certain time, it changes again, becomes Negro. Then after a while, it changes certain again. It becomes black. Then it changes something again, becomes niggas. You understand? Because in order for them to maintain control of the areas in which we still have dominion on paper, based on all of these treaties and all of these other things, they have to cloud the title. If you know anything about law or real estate, when the title is clouded, the property cannot be lawfully transitioned to its rightful owners. So if I can get you to identify with something that I've created for you, and you accept that, now I own the copyright that you are accepting, and now the real shit that I've been hiding from you, I can still hold on to because you haven't reached the age of majority yet to know who you really are and who it was left to. That's basic law. It has nothing to do with my feelings about Moors or me being a Moor or all of that, because just because I'm a Moor, it don't stop me from being Ananui. It don't change my blood. It's all the same blood.
That was going to be my next question. I did
a video called Native Blood, live from the Shinnecock Powwow, way back before the internet. Okay, I'm about to put it up on YouTube again and all of that. And I'm at the Shinnecock Powwow. And the Shinnecock, if you know, that's everybody in Long Island. That's Old Dirty Bastard's people, bless the dead. Old Dirty Bastard is the son of Paul Cuffey, who was the last Bey, the last lord of the Shinnecock. He the one who had the rights, the transfer rights of the Manhattan Island, his direct ancestor. And they just as dark, if not black, as me. And at this powwow, I'm there as a Moor, representing Moorish Americans or the Moorish Empire, and I'm there, and it's all good. It was never a problem. Then to juxtapose it, just to show how we are all connected, and we're basically of the same people, just of different tribes, tribal affiliations. Next day was Labor Day in Brooklyn. So then I go to Labor Day in Brooklyn and showing you the same people. It's just that these Moors are speaking French, these Moors are speaking English, these Moors are speaking Arabic. It don't matter. You understand? My problem is when people want to act like I said, let me rephrase that. I don't have a problem with nobody thinking whatever they want to think. Because again, as a Moor, I believe in freedom over all. So if you believe that this is what you are and you want to be and all of that, then I support you being that. Like, one thing about Moors is Moors are not into conversion. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we're not, at least the Moors I know, we're not into trying to get people to be Moors. You understand? You either accept that about yourself or you don't. But whether you do or don't, there's no relevance on me looking at you as my brother. So long as you are not disrespecting me or disrespecting who or what I come from or whatever, I could care less. Because in the end, I'm still a man.
Right. That's what
a man is going to make the choice that a man is going to make for himself, regardless to what another man says. Because the Circle 7 Quran says to me, when I read it, it said, man knows not from being told. So I don't tell people how to live. I don't tell people what they should identify with and all of that. I just put it out there and make you make the choice for yourself. But if you are constantly creating imaginary boundaries between you and other ancestors because you watched the video and this nigga basically tried to diss the Moors or try to diss the Aboriginal, try to diss the American Indians, then you fall under the Freemasonic trap. You on the checkerboard. You being moved around. You're not thinking for yourself. And that's really the problem.
And that's what I'm starting to see a little bit of is is instead of it being about truth and trying to rationalize and come with discernment, it's more about hate. And a lot of people are becoming traumatized off of certain
and it's wrong. And that all of that hate and all of that shit is being fostered by these same secret society peoples that's still in all of these groups. They in all of the groups. They not just in the Moors. They in the Aboriginal community. They in the American Indian community. They in the Moorish community. They in the Nuwaubian community. They in any community that they in. You got Freemasons in there stirring the pot. And that all of that hate and all of that shit is being fostered by these same secret society peoples that's still in all of these groups. They in all of the groups. They not just in the Moors. They in the Aboriginal community. They in the American Indian community. They in the Moorish community. They in the Nuwaubian community. They in any community that they in. You got Freemasons in there stirring the pot. This is where a lot of the information and a lot of the set tripping and the scholar debating and all this other bullshit is happening from. This is where it's happening. Because they don't want anybody to sit down. Like when I came up in the conscious community, when I was doing lectures in colleges, LIU and Brooklyn College and all of that, you would have people from all walks of conscious life that would come. This is where it's happening. Because they don't want anybody to sit down. Like when I came up in the conscious community, when I was doing lectures in colleges, LIU and Brooklyn College and all of that, you would have people from all walks of conscious life that would come. It wasn't like I'm doing a lecture, I'm a Moor, it's only going to be Moors there. No, you're going to have people from the nation of gods of earth there. You're going to have the Hebrews there. You're going to have the Christians there. You're going to have the Nuwaubians. Everybody's there. And everybody is supporting everybody. Whether they agree with it or not, that's what the question and answer shit was about. But in that, it wasn't to the point that people was fighting and trying to make it a big thing and make money off of the division. That came once it transitioned to the internet. That's why
I was just telling the brother A1 that shit earlier. I never seen so much division till I came to YouTube, because when they used to take us to them lectures, man, it was
we was all together. You was there.
Love.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, this is Chicago. You feel me?
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. When we were going to the lectures, we were all there. Everybody was there. We were going to lectures. But what time is it now? Where are we at now? Are we still at this place where we don't know who we are? We're playing games as to who it is that we are? We gotta stop playing games about who we are. We better know who we are immediately. That was just the intro. Make sure you go check the video. Go watch the wholeness. But this is what we're here for today.
To me, it's a bunch of clown shit messing with hood Negroes that don't have enough common sense to find shit out on their own about their history. So they're vulnerable to y'all's Moorish bullshit. It's a lie. All of it is a lie. This goddamn clown right here.
Just start there. Islam Wars. Peace, brother Malik.
Islam, Grand Sheik.
Islam. I forgot to ask about it. You hear that just now?
Yeah, I heard it.
All right. So if you have any thoughts on that, go ahead. I'll mute.
It's what I be laughing at, but it's really not even funny. But like even like with a seer and like the master teacher Taj, it's like I get their point. You know, they looking just, you know, for that peace in their final years and stuff like they looking for the day all of us can come together. What I think a lot of them be misunderstanding with the younger Moors is that we've coming up in the age and we've gotten hold to so much of the literature and the information that we understand what our prophet brought to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't come in and try to unite with all this Negro black, and that's why he came straight with the message off rip. We're not Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian. And the reason he did that was because what we're seeing today, all of these people, like he said, been infiltrated with these Freemasons and all of these people, and a lot of them, they not even Freemasons, they just people here to cause confusion because they don't want to accept the truth. And that's only because when they know that they got to claim Moorish, they have to take on the responsibility of fixing these problems, not just with themselves, but with the children, with what's going on there. You're gonna have to stand up and do something. And a lot of them don't want that. They want the free handout. They want to sit back and watch for everything to flourish. Then they want to be a part of and stuff like that. But I'm like, in order for us to fix it, how we got to this point, we have to weed out all of the the gears. Like Grandmaster Teacher Todd say, we have to weed out the the gears. So the people that's calling us clowns, which we are the clowns, you know what that means. We the high priest. We are the clowns. So the people that got a problem with us are these opportunists that even a lot of us that we experience, like with our family.
Interjection, or interjection before you get too far. For people who don't know, because we're trying to cater to everybody. What do you mean by nom de guerre? What's that?
Oh, let me qualify what I'm saying. Like Ty say, nom de guerre. Nom comes from nomenclature, or what we would say nomen or name. D is the, or like it's an appendage word. It's a preposition like of. So it's a appendage of something else. So it's nom the of war. So it's names of war is what nom de guerre mean, or what Todd say in the lamest terms, slave names or brand names, terms or fads, things that doesn't apply to people. So when they're calling you any fiction or what we would say nom de guerre, such as black, Indian, Negro, colored, African American, Aboriginal, melanated people, American, all of this type of stuff, but more. And I just want to put this on the record for all of those people that keep saying, oh yeah, more means black. If more mean black, why they never call you more then? Why they only call you a color, black? If more meant black, they acknowledge, okay, yeah, you black, but we know that you're Moorish too, so we're gonna call you Moorish, which is the bloodline like everybody else. See, you can't let these people confuse you or play games with you. And the people who do allow that type of stuff, they get mad at you because you won't allow that type of stuff for yourself because you can see through it clearly. This is why none of them speaks on the prophets literature. You pull up that Moorish literature book and watch how many people run when you start pulling out the literature. And the number one lesson that everybody should read is the divine wanted by the prophet, because he clearly gives an insight that he wasn't no religious man or none of that. He was straight about liberation. He was a liberator, a humanitarian, about uplifting and freeing the people, not just their physical body, but their mental enslaved minds. That's why he said, go back to the ancient mindset of your foremothers and forefathers. Like they say, if you know better, you'll do better. So if we knew who we were, we was the first people of all civilization, which means every single thing on this planet being used in the daytime, from every type of discipline to every type of tool, comes from the Moorish Moabite nation. But all of these people keep on associating.
We can't hear you more. We're not hearing you. He's hearing us or not? Something must have happened.
Oh,
Peace.
yeah. Were you able to hear me? I think my thing got disconnected.
Yeah, you got disconnected for probably like 20 seconds.
Yeah, but like I was saying, they don't understand that we genuinely trying to get our people to stop associating themselves with things that have detrimentally caused demise to our people. Like we genuinely trying to get them to see when they keep trying to take that word black and associate it with our people anciently, they have done us a disservice. Even when their intentions are good, they still make us lose by doing that. And we're trying to raise their degrees up by getting them to see, like, hey, we've been there and done that. We understand from the literature and from our own experiences. Because let's be clear, a lot of us, when we're doing what we're doing and saying what we're saying, we're not just saying it from us just reading or listening to a video. We put it through our own experience and understand the difference of when we called ourselves Negro, black, and colored, and nigger, and all this stuff, and to when we call ourselves Moorish Americans. The reactions are different, not just from the courts or the highwaymen, but from strangers, people of the world. Nobody's ever ran up to me back in the day when I had on a ball cap or when I called myself Negro, black, and colored. Oh, they running up damn near bowing to you. When I wear my fez and honor myself as Moorish American, because what I keep trying to get my family members, my people closest to me to understand, when we say we're Moors, it's not just like, okay, yeah, we Moors. That comes with a spirit. We're connected with a spirit of life, because more literally means life force. So if we're the life force and we're the first people, all life come through us, why now are you not respecting life and you keep associating it with something that we clearly showing you is associated with death, which is why they put it in place, which is why we keep genuinely trying to get our people to disassociate it with that word black, because it has caused so much detriment. And I yield the floor with that.
Islam. Please, brother Tariq.
Peace, Cujo. Peace, all the Moors on the panel and in the chat. Hey, I just came. I'm on the gig right now, so I just came in to speak real quick. I can't wait till you get out here. 1 week. I can't wait because I want to address exactly what a seer, what you was just talking about. I can't wait. So that's all I want to say real quick, Morris. Like I said, I'm on the gig real quick. Peace and love.
Islam, Lord. Peace and love.
Islam, family.
Islam, Paris. Can't hear you.
Islam. Can you hear me more?
Yeah, we can hear you. Islam.
Right. I want to say Islam to all the brothers, man. Yeah.
Your thing's tripping out a little bit. You're on and off right now.
Is it echoing? Is it they already tripping out?
Yeah, it's gonna echo when I unmute, but once I mute myself, you're good to go. We can hear you.
I'm gonna read something. Okay, brother. I'm gonna read something. Y'all brothers mind if I read something?
Islam, or the floor is yours.
Islam. All right, well, I'm gonna read out of this book. This book is called The One World Tartarians, the greatest civilization ever to be erased from history. So in this book, man, they breaking it down. They seriously breaking it down. Now, let me read this one page. It says, the New World Order also rewrote history during the revision of history, during the epic reset, which between the mid 1800s until the 1930s, when Court Hofjuden, David Rockefeller, along with the Rothschilds, the Rothschilds, began the many stories of the Big Bang evolution and his story of religious myth and lore. The Court Hofjuden are the Ashkenazi Jewish people who were conscripted by the Vatican to be allowed to make all the money and to have all the fame, as long as the Vatican, Jesuits, and the 13 satanic bloodlines would be provided with information and power. The Vatican set up confessionals for the same purpose and runs a worldwide spy spook agency called the Entity, which owns and controls all the major spy agencies, including the CIA, the NSA, M16, Mossad, etc. This is all part of their one world order, as stated in Latin, which is another one of our Moorish tongues, right? Ancient Moorish Latin, Moorish Arabic, on the back of the US dollar bills. Okay. I'm talking about what this girl Messi talking about. Like, I'm sick of her. Like, okay, the old world order. See, we from the old world order. We of the old world. So all this new shit, it don't even really mean nothing. Because we gonna eat that shit up. We from the old world. So here we go. Why was they doing all this shit? Free energy. All right, let me read paragraph 2. The old world order were the benevolent Tartarians, barbarians, Berbers. One of their only primary directives was that what you take back from nature, you give back more. Here we go. More. Pay attention. Their nurture was based on the moon goddess, who created and provide for all. One can only conclude, given the extremely similar structures we see throughout the world, that all lived in common language and were all related in common thought, intention, and design. They had healing centers for animals. They had passive relations with all life because they had advanced their consciousness to emanate love and benevolence to all. Okay? So the main thing, what these satanic lines are doing, is they're hiding the Moorish Empire. They don't want nobody to know about the Moors. And we've been running shit around the world since ancient times, man. What type of games is y'all playing? And if you say that you're a historian, what type of historian are you, Lane Calloway? Lane Calloway, You supposed to be history, yo. You supposed to be history, yo. If you don't know about the Moors, Doug, you bluffing. So now, let me finish some more. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, Moors. I'm sometimes, man, I just can't. All right, now this
Go
another
ahead, Morgan. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
get
this
it
on
out, get it
another
out.
page, right? Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Now, on this, I wish I could share this to you, Cujo, man. Cujo, I wish I could share this page with you. But look, I'm gonna read it. So check this out. The United States is defined as a federal corporation under U.S. Code 3002, Section 15. The Virginia Company was turned into the United States during the non-occurring Revolutionary War by the Freemasonic founding fathers who were serving the Grand Lodge of England. Huh? A non-occurring Revolutionary War. So, bro, the whole thing I'm trying to, the whole point I'm driving to is, man, they own, look, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, they own the school system. Do you hear me? They own the school system. They own the books. They burnt books. So riddle me this. Why would you come out? Why are you talking about this Bible that's actually the gospel? Because you won't find the word Bible in the Bible. Look for the word Bible in the Bible. You won't even see the word Bible because they're called the gospel. Okay? So my point I'm making is this. Why would they omit books? Why would they take books out? What is that? The Apocrypha. The reason why they took those books out was to hide the Moors. The Apocrypha, yo. Come on, man. Why you omitting shit? What else did y'all omit? They've been omitting, like omitting, rewriting, redrawing. They've been doing all kind of they've been doing all kind of ill stuff, man. So here's another paragraph. Here's another paragraph. Here's a paragraph. The story goes that Nikola Tesla had discovered the technology to connect to the ether and provide unlimited power to everyone. So that's what this whole beef was. This beef was about harnessing this natural energy. The ley lines. We know about the ley lines. By now, we've been doing this long enough where we know about the ley lines. These are these energy that's all right, that's just my commentary. I'm sorry, let me finish reading. So anywhere at any time, you could travel by boat, car, or plane for free by simply accessing nature's magnetic electromagnetic energy that is omnipresent, and we have not been allowed this free energy to do to our capitalizing system of greed and domination by those in power, even to this day. So, for over 100 years, we have been denied a benevolent system of free energy to all. Whose energy was this? This whole Berber, these Moors, we was the ones that had the science for this. You nut asses. You nuts. We are the high priest of Anu. What do you, we were sent here to uplift fallen humanity, Doug. Us that's do right more. Now, don't trip because we love truth, peace, freedom, justice. But guess what? Don't play because we also do that other life too when it's needed. That's what babes are. I'm a babe. My whole birth. I mean, since birth, I was raised in a Moorish home. So come on, man, stop playing. Let me finish reading. I'm gonna let y'all take the floor, brothers. I'm sorry, y'all.
Oh, it's all good, Mark.
But I'm just tired of the goofiness, man. I'm tired of goofing. I'm tired of these. I'm just tired of these guys with this. You know, Asir explained it last night. He said, for real, all of y'all that are channeling this negative energy to the Moors, bro, all of y'all are considered Freemason and lower self being. Yeah, all of y'all. So even though Lame Calloway act like, okay, but yo, you Doug and the Moors, so you in the same category. Who else? Rock Rat. Bro, you in the same category. Okay? You know, you understand? So you got anybody that's busting shots at the light bringers of the world, you a nut. You just a nut. Let me finish reading a little bit more, then I'm done. All right, so it says, okay. It says the fake history has been called the ancient architecture of the Greco-Romans when we know it's the Moorish revivals. Morricu.
Pardon, Mark. Peace, Mark. Read that part again. Read that one again.
You hear me, Mark?
Yeah, just back up and read that one again.
So it's okay. It's Moorish. Okay. The fake history has been called the ancient Roman architecture. I'm telling you, it's Moorish architecture. Now, you also got to realize that this Arthur James Lee, I checked him out. He kind of checked out, but to have this kind of information, you're gonna also throw more bullshit in. You're gonna have to. You're not gonna tell, like, even though you're telling a bunch of stuff, you're still gonna throw a spin on it. So that's what we do as real readers as rare researchers, we can take the meat out and spit the bones in the trash. Pause. I shouldn't even really have to go there because we men. So let me finish reading. Or more risk the Islamic and also the colonial, medieval, neoclassic, Baroque, Romanesque, Gothic, Bukes, all these names, man. Renaissance, they say all that stuff is fake, man. We make it all that stuff. They made it making up names and labels them as fashionable styles to hide the old and true function of its column, its arch opening, its pinnacles, rose windows, navy ornaments with iron columns, towers, and domes. In addition to having cut the ends of pinnacles in the photographs or add crosses that did not exist before. Now, let's go to the next. Paragraph. His story, man, really got a slash between his and story. His story tells us that the first power station was first established in Cairo, Egypt in 1876, according to Wikipedia. Now we got to understand, they also own Wikipedia. They admit it in this book. I'm getting ready to find it in 2 seconds. And that, let me read some other stuff. Then it say DC. No, let me go back to me.
Hold on, more. Pardon the interjection. Let me get Brother Allen on here.
Bad, y'all.
You could search
Bad,
whatever.
y'all.
Just put out the reference of where you're reading from. Again, what book you're reading from?
All right, I need the brothers on it.
Yo. Hello?
Okay. The reference it, okay. I'm reading from The One World Tartarians, the greatest civilization ever to be erased from history, by James W. Lee. Man, honestly, I gotta put it out there. I started reading it, and then a seer told me to read it. I can't. That's one thing I don't do. A lot of brothers, not getting there, tell, what I mean? Let people know that, you might get a cosign from an elder. So yeah, I'm giving a theater cosign because I've read a whole bunch of stuff, and a lot of stuff I sit back and I say, I ain't gonna talk about this, man. But then I'll check with the seer, and the seer say, read it more, and then he'll give me a couple of books too, and make sure you read this and 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 read this. So man, I spend a lot of time reading more. So I apologize. I get a little antsy, man, because I had about enough. What's his name? Top Rat.
Whoever they are.
I'm tired. I'm tired of people sending me shit. I'm tired. So now they got me involved. I'm involved. All right, so
Yeah.
you right. All right, y'all go ahead, go.
It's love more.
Love everybody. Love y'all, man.
Peace more.
All right.
Peace.
Hello.
Yes, brother Allen. Peace and love.
Peace. How you doing? My profession, I'm a geneticist, one at
Yeah.
plenty universities, Michigan University. I'm also a scientist, so stuff I bring isn't really normal. But I'm coming from a higher standard of academia, and I just want to join in, and I can build off of all of what you guys have brought to the table so far. And it also includes Moorish, very exclusive information. The brother said something about he read something about the bloodlines of all of everybody from the Rothschilds or everybody else. They are not to blame. We have bloodlines called the Black European coat of arms that predates Rothschilds, Rockefeller, any other Caucasian coats of arms. In fact, the coats of arms of all the Caucasians are actually new. Because I study genetics and I'm a eugenist, the Caucasian only hit the scene in the Renaissance era. We have families such as the Habsburgs who were Black European coat of arms. These other families were very instrumental in making a genetics recipe for the Caucasian you see. The Renaissance era was the time that they not only printed and cloned out domestic eukaryotic species, but this was also the time that they taught them mathematics, computer technology engineering, that's analog, not digital. They also taught the Caucasian during the Renaissance era architecture, and they also taught them different forms of engineering based upon machinery. So the brother said that these bloodlines are doing this and doing that. And they're the bad guys. We're to point the finger at them. But the Black European coat of arms families predates their families beyond. And so it's as if the European coat of arms are giving directions to what to do as they're doing the bidding. The Black European coat of arms, you don't see them today as they're hiding behind the scenes. So to point the finger at these new cloned European coat of arms we call whites, they're not really the ones to blame. The brother said something about the Bible is very ancient. Well, we have Black European coat of arms families such as the Piso families, the Habsburg families. They actually wrote the Bible in 1550 and 1575, Old Testament and New Testament. The religions are newly released during the Renaissance era. And the reason that we see that the white Caucasian, he's getting all the fame as the power. He was and she was the first ones out the cloning facility. USarchive.com have a book and a few articles about the wild white man. The wild white man shows in 1460, the wild man that was white escaped out of the laboratories, out of the Habsburg and other Black European coat of arms laboratories. And it shows how the wild white man raided a Moorish castle. The Moorish castle, they all came out this castle with these things in their hands. I'm in physics and technology, and we studied these things that they had in their hand. These things they had in their hands called scalar wave interferometry technology. So the Moorish family that was being raided by these tall white, they're called the wild white men that escaped, and they went and raided the Moorish Science Temple in 1460. They took out every last white man, not by a gun, not by a rifle. They used scalar wave interferometry technology. Basically, they use lasers. They use lasers and radio Masar technology. Masar is dealing with microwave, acoustic, sound, resonance. So a laser is a light. So we are familiar with lasers. We see that as light, a light that has intensity. We have something that's invisible, also called a Masar, Macor, and that's dealing with microwave acoustic resonance. So we studied the tools that these Black Moorish castle tribes had, over there around the Spain area, and we found out that they had advanced technology on the defense system. Now, this is a story that you can find on usarchive.org. They have the pictures, and it shows that the white man did not have any of the mathematics, architecture, engineering that you see today. Who gave this to him? We studied this. This came from the Black European coat of arms. Again, we have Black European coat of arms that wanted to print out everyone that has silky. We call the hair silky when you see a China man, Middle Eastern man, Caucasian, India. They printed them out to do the bidding. The first one they printed out, we found out through the genetics, was the Caucasian. And the Caucasian never learned how to do mathematics, engineering, or none of this stuff until the Renaissance era. So you research the Renaissance era, what does this mean? Renaissance means the birth of a mutant species. So Renaissance era is the birth of a mutated species, sponsored by who? The dark royal European coat of arms families again. So they not only printed out the eukaryotic domesticated species, they also taught them mathematics, science, and all these other forms of applied sciences during 1550 all the way up to the late 1600s. Now, during 1550, we have Prince Charles V, my nigga. Prince Charles V was a melanated a top league shot caller, as we'll say. But during the 1500s to 1690, we had what's called the Manila slave trade, where they took over 190 years worth of transporting melanated tribes from Ireland to Philippines, and they brought them all the way down and dropped them off in Jamaica, Haiti, Florida. This is called the Manila slave trade. It went all the way up to 1690. The papyrus was signed off by Charles V at 1690 is deemed illegal. But after 1690, we still had pirates. They were Moorish. We had Moorish pirates that still continued the slave trade after 1690 all the way to the 1800s, dropping them off to Texas, Louisiana, Florida, Jamaica, Haiti, Barbados. After 1690, 40 years after this, 1730, we have Charles V allowing all the Caucasians to leave the Garden of Eden. All this stuff I'm telling you is documented. When you give me an email or something, I will send you my resources so you can cover this yourself, and you're going to be able to look at everything that I'm talking about. 1730 is when the Caucasians was released from Spain, UK, and the small European area that they came from. Charles V sent them to Australia, Canada, and America. He also gave them land. This is why we see the white man with all of this land. He did not kill the tribes in Canada, Australia, and America to get this. He was given this by Charles V. Charles V sent the Europeans to do servitude, slavery. He also sent the criminals that committed a crime in Europe, and he also sent those who did not commit a crime to to America, Canada, and Australia. He gave them hundreds of acres of land. This explains how the white man in America and Canada received all of this land. They did not kill no tribes that were originally from that land, the melanated tribes from there, because there was never no white people in Canada, Australia, or anywhere. No one ever seen the Caucasian come out. So 1730 is when Charles V released them to come over. When they came over, they did not come with guns to kill any niggas in America. This is the first time they seen this place. However, when they came over here, they were greeted by the Moors. The Moors were already in New York in the 1700s. They were called the Dutch. Sephardic Jews is another name for the Moors. We also have crypto Jews. We also have the Puritans. These are all different names of the different positions that the Moors carried orders up under the Black European coat of arms families during this reign, the 1500s, all the way up to the 1800s. And so we had to find out, how did this white species become so advanced overnight? Well, they was given a Renaissance era during 1550 all the way up to the late 1600s. Because after the 1600s, 1730 is when Charles V released them to express how smart they were so they could do the bidding. What you mean by the bidding? Well, they needed the white species, just like the Korean, Chinese, Vietnam, Middle East. We'll get to them in a minute. But they needed the white species to do the bidding, such as do all the dirty work that needs to be done over here. And so we look around America and we say, well, how did the white man get in this position? Well, they were given this position to do the bidding a long time ago. They're not smarter than the niggas over here. They're not smarter than the Moors who only came from Europe. Well, why does it look like the white boy is very, very advanced? Asir the Duke, that was previously on here, he had a video on the front of the thumbnail maybe a month ago. He showed cyborgs on the front of the thumbnail. On the front of the thumbnail, it showed who played the actor as Predator, the real actor of Thanos. That was another melanated brother. And there was two other ones he had on the thumbnail. So I'm bringing this up because we have cyborgs that are very in tune, that have been behind the scenes this entire time, toying with genetics, with the Black Royal European coat of arms families, who then toyed with the genetics of the Moors. The Moors came out before the eukaryotic domesticated mutants, such as the Caucasians. But we have a situation that we see today. How did the Indians, the Chinese boy, the Japanese boy, the Caucasian boy, and the Middle Eastern boy, how did they surpass the melanated in applied sciences today? Well, they gave them a Renaissance era also. The Renaissance for the Indians in China was in the 1800s. We researched the genetics of the Indian. We found out that their mitochondria, their antigens are all different. They're all different. We did the research experiments on this stuff, and we found out that, wait a minute, we have a situation here. We have somebody that toyed with the genetics. They're all domesticated eukaryotic, but their mitochondria methylation is all different. How could this be? Because the ones that were naturally from America, the ones that were naturally from South America, you find them all over, the prokaryotes, they don't have white blood cells. They're full of red blood cells with less mitochondria. How could this be? Well, then we found out that, well, this had to have been a genetic mutation. And so we found documents. And we found documents of what's called the Cabbage Patch Orphan era. This was 1880, 1875 to 1920. And there's videos on YouTube about this now. We have orphan babies being sold for $5 up to $25. New York, Baltimore, Jersey. You can see videos of white orphan kids out the cloning facilities. This is not a movie I'm talking about. These are actual pictures and documents that you will be able to see. And they're all up on videos on YouTube. You could Google something. It's called the Cabbage Patch Orphan era. And this showed how the European coat of arms from afar gave the instructions to the white governments over here to start overpopulating America, Canada, Japan, even over there in what you see in Asia. They needed to overpopulate them. And so they created a Cabbage Patch era over there also, where tons of babies were spit out the cloning facilities. And they're not hiding the cloning facility. You can see all the pictures of this. Because these kids did not have parents, they made them work in factories and stuff like that at the age of 5 and 10 years old. Now, of course, today you can't work a child in a factory at 10 or 5. It's illegal. But during 1920 all the way down to 1870, they had the kids working their ass off because they didn't have nothing to do. They had nowhere to go, no parents, until they were adopted and bought for $5, $10, $15. And so the brother that just got on here before, he's pointing the finger and saying the white man did this. The bloodlines did this. But these are instructions given from the Black European coat of arms, who are still running every government today. The European coat of arms fell back during the 1700s. They fell back and did what was called whitewashing. These are prominent Magna Carta orders of the Magna Carta, new Magna Carta orders, not the original from the 1200s. You go into Latin scriptures and get inside the scriptures, you start to find how different signatures on futuristic movements were signed off by Maximilian, who's the predecessor of Charles V. You start to get inside these documents and you'll start to find out that they did what's called whitewashing, because all of a sudden we see white pictures on everything. Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci wasn't a white man, that was a nigger. He was very advanced in applied sciences, architecture, electrical engineering, and also analog computational systems. We then find out that whitewashing was everywhere during the 1700s, late 1600s, and they still are trying to do it today. But where did this come from? Well, the dark royals, European coat of arms, fell back. And what they did is they printed and cloned these other species we see that don't have kinky hair, who are not melanated, and they're doing the bidding. And so once this started to happen, now we have everybody today that are niggas are saying the white folks, man, they did it. The Chinese, man, they don't want to blame, but they're not the architectures behind this. The Black European coat of arms have fell back from even showing their presence. Because if I ask you today, can you name wars? And you'll be able to name a war. You'll be able to say, yeah, the Moors had a war called the Inquisition. We tried to escape the Inquisition. We was going to war against each other. We also have today the Iran versus Iraq war. And we can keep naming these wars. But if I ask you, name a war that the Black European coat of arms royalty went through as to why we don't see them no more today, you won't be able to name one. So if the Black European coat of arms they did not die off because of a war, where are they today? Well, they're hiding behind the scenes. And when we look on a full moon, I'm going to send you some documents, and I'll send you a video. You can look at this yourself. On a full moon, you can see the reflection of an entirely different land masses that you have never, ever, ever seen on a map before. When you go to the bottom of Chile, at the bottom of South America, and you go at least 50 miles to 75 nautical miles longitudinally out, you will be in another place, Terra Fuego. That is a huge landmass. There's no such thing as Antarctica. This is why mainstream will never show you anything about a frozen place called Antarctica. It doesn't exist. But if you go at the bottom of South America, about 50 miles out, you'll see a huge landmass where everybody else is hanging out at. And it goes well beyond that. You'll see Cronus. You'll see a continent called Saturn. You'll see a whole bunch of pre-named places that have nothing to do with the cosmos or celestial bodies in the sky. Has nothing to do with it. And we say Anunnaki. We have land masses all the way out called the Anunnaki also. If you keep going all the way up from where the Moors are from, you run into Hyperborea. But if you keep going past Hyperborea, there's huge, huge landmass that everybody else is hanging out at. If we go to Asia and you keep going out at least 150 miles out, you'll run across Lemuria, you'll run across Atlantis also. It never disappeared. It's just that the U.S. military bases have U.S. Navy bases in the middle of the ocean. So if you try to go out in these directions, the U.S. Navy is going to stop you. If you try to go in an airplane, they're going to stop you. They're not stopping you because you're going to the end of the world. They're stopping you because you're entering a chartered territory where everybody else is hanging out at. They have very advanced technology. And so they're not allowing anyone to go there. Now, who's making these rules? The Black European coat of arms is calling the shots for the white governments or America and any other Korean, Asian, Chinese, Middle Eastern. They're telling them not to let anybody go beyond them. And you can see this on a full moon reflection. The channel that you can go to look at this is called Vibes of Cosmos, VIBES COSMOS. It's on YouTube, Vibes of Cosmos. And you'll be able to see that how far the sun actually is. It's only a few thousand miles up. The sun is not 93 million miles out. You can see the full moon spectrum of all the lands that a normal map won't show, because a globe is not really utilized when we're talking about what's actually happening. That's called using Cartesian coordinates. So you can't be on a spinning globe, because things would not really stay stabilized. However, a globe as a map can show you what's called Cartesian coordinate systems. So you're not really on a spinning ball at all. But if you look at that moon on the full moon and look at that channel that I just introduced, Vibes of Cosmos, you will be able to see all of the other land masses other than Africa, Asia, America, Australia, New Zealand. Those are very, very, very small land masses compared to all of the other land masses. And so the point I'm bringing is it seems as if there's a unit system, governmental system, and there's a line cognitive dissonance at a high level. The brother that got on before me was pissed off. The man say something about Tesla, free energy, and Rothschilds. Well, free energy is very available. All you have to do is study what's called scalar wave physics. You also have to study photonics physics. Study plasmon, Plasmon, plasmonics physics. And you study negative delta. When you make a circuit board or you're dealing with any type of coil, you want to be able to read on your oscilloscope. You want what's called negative delta, negative epsilon. Once you're able to make a device, which is very simple using coils, capacitors, transistors, when you read on your oscilloscope and it shows negative delta, you have now reached the free energy spectrum. It's very simple to do. The white man is not the reason why you don't have free energy. Neither is Tesla. The reason you don't have free energy is because we have dark royals behind the scenes that don't want you with it. They want you what's called electromagnetic frequencies. This is called positive delta. It's killing you. Every time you hold that phone in your hand, it's emitting microwave radiation. That microwave radiation is killing you because it's positive delta, it's positive epsilon. When you plug something inside that wall, it's killing you. That's called positive epsilon, positive delta. Electromagnetic frequencies is killing you. When you go outside and stand up under that power line, and that transformer that's generating all that power is killing you. That's called electromagnetic energy. You don't want that. You want what's called scalar frequencies, so it can cancel out the electromagnetic spectrum. But the white man, the China man, ain't to blame for none of this. They're only giving orders from the Black European coat of armed families. So why aren't we allowed to have this type of energy? Well, we have to ask those that's in charge, because it's not the white man's fault. He only came in 1730. He was released from Europe by Charles V in 1730. So
Now,
why are we not?
Pardon the interjection, because one of the things that is integral in the Moorish paradigm is that perspective right there, that somebody had to be ruling before these people, and there's no way that these people could just be ruling. They don't have all the information, and it just doesn't make sense that all these Asiatics are going to sit back and let these modern Europeans rule over them.
They're not letting them rule over them. I didn't mean that, brother. No, I'm not saying that the Asiatics are letting the Europeans, the Caucasians, run over them. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's why I started out saying that the Caucasian was the first one out the laboratory.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm going with you that what you're talking about, everything that you're talking about right now, is things that we've studied in the Moorish paradigm. Right, like this is the presentation that you're given, the information that you're presenting, is for the people who are not convinced. Like we're convinced where you're going with what you're talking about. We know about Ellis Island and them coming over here. We know about them sending the criminals over here. We know about the idea that they came here and there were people here already. Our thing that we want to get to our people's head is that the people who they came here and saw were Moors. And the people who are the nobility or whatever that's ruling everything right now, they're Moors. And the people who's standing on the corner selling crack thinking that that's their only option, they're actually Moors. If they put some of that crack knowledge and all that stuff into business, they'll be billionaires. So the stuff could be figured out for our people. We're riding with you 100%. Everything that you're saying. We already know about the Yakub and all that. We already studied even in ancient Egypt that there was no Europeans there until somebody created some. And that's before the Renaissance. So it seems like this is a reoccurring thing in our culture where we create these beings. We create this entity in order to do our bidding. And it seems like this is what's been leading to the fall of civilizations.
Correct.
That it's a reoccurring theme. I'm sure if we go back past the Egyptians, there's some mad scientist who made some other being to do something. And that caused the fall of them.
Yeah. And this been going on since the Prester John Wars. The Prester John Wars ended in 1100, 1190, 1225. The Prester John, so that's why, where's everybody at? Well, they went to these nearby land masses that you can see off the reflection of a full moon. The channel repeat called Vibes of Cosmos, VIBES COSMOS, Vibes of Cosmos. And so there's no such thing as galaxies. Astronomy is a fake subject. Maybe on another presentation or maybe later, I will bring you all the documents to show that the computer systems that astronomers, mainstream astronomers are using is all rigged. When they point the huge telescope in the sky, they're not actually seeing nothing up there. What they're doing is they have rigged the software. So the software is already rigged. So you thinking that the reason why your eyes, that you look out your eyes, is not seeing nothing at night. You thinking that maybe you gotta use a huge telescope, but that's not the case. There's no such thing as galaxies. There's no such thing as no solid planets. You can go on YouTube right now and look up the Nikon P900 video camera, and there's plenty of videos showing that the planets you see, Venus, Saturn, any of those, they're liquid crystals. They actually dance. But if you use what's called a convex mirror, a convex lens. A convex lens is what they put on your telescopes, and what that does is it makes the object seem way further than what it is. But when you use a concave lens, which is like the eyeballs, the thing you're seeing out your eyes with, that's a concave lens. When you use a concave lens, hyperbolic, and then you zoom in, you'll be able to see that all the planets, they're not solid, they're actually liquid. And so no astronomers from Asia, Europe, America, they're all in it together to deceive what's actually going on upstairs in what we call the heavens. That channel called Vibes of Cosmos is very, very, that's the whole channel was based off of. They do no talking. They just show you the pictures and you decide for yourself. They rig the software also. The point I was making is, like you say that you're very familiar with this. Like, yeah, there's somebody that's creating these people to do the bidding. And I'm going to go back. We have two different sets of Moors going on here. We have Moors that want to build, so the Moors can take things to a higher level as a collective. But then we have these other Moors that everybody can't speak of, that seems to be a little destructive and different. Okay, that's why I brought the story up in the usarchive.com. You can look at the stories and the pictures, and it's showing that the wild white man in 1460 went and raided a black European coat of arms, think the Habsburg or the Piso families. Yeah, but if they had their castle raided, that meant that they had no idea that somebody was making a white European, a Caucasian to do the bid. They had no idea what was happening. What that means is we have Moors that had no idea that this was going to happen, as far as somebody's going to create and print out what's called a domestic eukaryotic species. And we have some that were very well aware of the movement. And then we have cyborgs. So we found some data on some old data on Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is aka Georgie boy, George. But we have found some very, very 1680 to 1690. We found some 1740 paintings of Genghis Khan. And he has what's called a scalar wave interferometry technology tool in his hand. He's also sitting on what's called a translucent plasmonic device, which allows him to navigate and levitate. It's like a chrome seat made out of like a metal. But since we're in physics and we're inside photonic and plasmonic physics, we're very well aware of this type of advanced technology. But in this same picture, Genghis Khan below him, he has an Asian man that's sitting there. He has a regular Caucasian man. He has a Middle Eastern man standing there, and they are all dressed in different styles of clothing as if they were acting. And so we investigated that. We said, wait a minute, why is Genghis Khan sitting in that chair up there, and it's highly levitationable, and then he has scalar wave technology device in his hand, but the people that's below him, who are the mutants, they seem to be acting. Oh, we get it. They have junk DNA. So if you have junk DNA, you don't have any recollection of actually being from this place. You're not really from here. So you would have to be told stories. You would have to be told how to act, and you would have to believe it. So it'll make you feel relevant in this paradigm. And so we found out that Genghis Khan might not have been a regular person. He could have been a cyborg. And so when we say the Prester John Wars, the Prester John Wars is about the cyborgs versus the non-cyborgs, and it ended around 1190. All these pyramids that you see all around the world, they weren't really built by the European royal coat of arms. The royal coat of arms was in castles. When we say pyramids in Chichen Itza, that Giza Plateau, pyramids in Bosnia, China, pyramids in Colombia, these things were already here for a very long time before we see Christopher Columbus, aka Ferdinand Zarcos Colon is his real name. Christopher Columbus in 1490, that's not his real name. And also, he's a prince. He's the son of Ferdinand and Philip.
Alan, hold on one sec. One thing. I'm gonna get another moron here.
If go ahead, sir. I'll lean back for a minute, sir.
No, yeah, you could put the chats right there. Just put the video in the chat because some Moors were asking for the name of the video that you were talking about, and if you could put out your occupation again.
What video, sir? What video?
You were saying to watch something on YouTube.
Okay, gotcha. I'll leave it. I'm finna look it up and leave it in the thing.
Yeah, just leave it in the chat so Morris could copy and paste that, and just put your occupation out there again.
Okay, all right. I'll lean back. Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me talk.
Oh, no problem. Brother Amir.
Peace, more.
See you back there. What's good?
Oh no, man! I was at the job site and I heard the Moors talking. I was just telling the Moors the other day, if nobody beats the Moors, there had to be Moors that's doing this. No modern European not doing this. I was just so elated to hear the Moors speak on it from a qualifying level. You know what I mean? It was like I just knew it. I got that Aquarius thing going. You did. But yeah, man, I'm just glad to hear that more, and I'm waiting to get back in the chat so I can get that video. I want to check it out. Peace to the Moors that's on that high science and the Moors that's in fruition mode. You know, this Indian thing is for play. Let them have it, because in 1621, you know, Moor was exchanged for Indian. It ain't nothing else to say after that. Yeah, and I yield the floor, GS. I'm out here toiling, but I had to say something. Peace to you, Moor.
Peace, Moor.
Islam,
brother Malik.
Islam, Grand Sheik.
If you have anything to add on after that, but
yeah, because it makes so much sense why we can't get our people to escape from this black mindset, because listen what is always being quoted: black European nobility. They literally took on that word of black to keep that paradigm going, and I think that's being passed down through a family thing, that's embedded in their mind or their DNA, no matter what, which is why you can't wake them up. And it's like what the prophet said about us not being Negro, black, and colored. That's of the different bloodline, and us as Moors, it's been two fighting families for the longest. That's why it's two opposing forces always. It's the Moorish side that want us to build and wake up, and then that Moorish side that's want detriment, and that's what we've been at war with this whole time. And the European is just a force to distract us, confuse us, to keep us, you know what I'm saying, from our higher mind to overcome all of the wrath, which
Yeah.
I think time and time again we keep overcoming, but somehow we fall back to sleep or something happened, something crazy within the paradigm where we are all over again and we got to do it all over again. We just want in our time to see the ending of the evil and the detrimental side and get the rebuilding and the love side, which those of us who truly study know that's coming right before us. That's why everything is happening what it is. It's like everybody's trying to keep the Piscean age in the
Exactly.
age of Aquarius, and it can't live, it can't survive. That's why the prophet said, I removed the veil to all the secret societies. Like, he knew that age was coming to an end. That's why he put it in the books about the different ages and stuff like that. Age means ongoing, so it's like ongoing life, a new life coming. So that's why when you have a solar return, which is a new age, which is ongoing life, everything's supposed to change. So that's what the change is, like the changing from the Piscean age and the Aquarian age. That's why, like the Moor was saying, it's not called the Bible, it's called the gospel. And I always look at gospel metaphysically, breaking stuff down, the gossip of El. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we're speaking the word of God, which is more, which is bringing life force, which is why that word is so hidden and they keep trying to burn book. But see, like those of us that study know it's embedded in our DNA or in our genealogy. It's embedded in our genetics, so they can't stop us from getting it no matter how many books they burn. Once our mind remember more, oh, okay, and the memory start coming back piece by piece by piece by piece, and you start unlocking. And that's why everybody be so uncomfortable. It's the ones that keep claiming that black European nobility. No, that's why they love the Europeans, which they're not European. I keep telling people that they're hybrids. They're not European. They're not of Europa's family. There, Europa is not even really Europa. Europa was called Eurasia, which is why we're Asiatics. When the whole world was called Asia, the place called Europe or Europa was called Eurasia. When you go look at an old map, it'll show you Eurasia. So basically saying you're Asiatic, and I yield the floor with it.
Common sense to find shit out on their own about their history. So they're vulnerable to y'all's Moorish bullshit. It's a lie. All of it is a lie. This goddamn clown right here. If America was the empire before the colonizers came, why did this idiot have to make a trip to Morocco? For what? Why couldn't he just stay here? What did he need to make a trip to Morocco for? For what?
Where's that at in the literature?
And they don't understand. They had to take the trip to here, North America, to get permission, which is why they have their so-called government set up here in North America. Even though they got little businesses and stuff they took over in South America, all the islands, the main part, when they look at the quote unquote United States, that's North America in the heartland of the Moroccan Empire. But our people so paid off and they so ready to sell their own bloodline now, they don't study the culture.
Crazy. I'm just trying to find out where this. Cause I never heard this info yet. The Noble Drew he went to Morocco. I never heard. Only Morocco I know he been to was over here. I don't know any Morocco that he went to. Only Morocco that I know Noble Drew Ali went to is over here. So is she admitting that Morocco's over here, or is she a liar?
It sounds like lies to me. And see, you already know when they start coming at it like that, I don't know what it is. It's like it goes back to what I was just saying. They come from that family that took on that title, the black nobility family and stuff, because they know that word more is what it is. And see, they been looking back like, nah, we don't want the like they the descendants of Yaqub. The one they keep talking about, he hated his own people that much that you would create a race against your people. They descend from that. Or if it's not a real person, they have that mindset. They definitely, it's not the Willie Lynch syndrome, it's the Yaqub syndrome. And I tell people that all the time too, that's that Yaqub syndrome. They descendants of it.
You definitely freaking are. Crazy.
Explain that. If the Americas was the empire, why the hell you got to go to Morocco? This idiot was born here. This idiot. And
now this idiot was born here, and he's Cherokee, and he never said I'm Cherokee. Who's the idiot? Who's the idiot? Everybody knows Noble Drew Ali's from here. He didn't come here from Africa or nothing like that, teach these Asiatics. He's from right here. He's from right here. So if he's from right here, and everybody knows he's Cherokee, everybody knows he's Henry Turner and them, everybody knows those are Moors. They got 68,000 acres they could say we claim back for the empire. What Sister Bethy did for these Indians, except go live with her fake hair and all this? What have they done for the years that they've been around? Because, you know, like Brother Asir was talking about, when they used to do the lectures, when you had to go to the in-person lectures, there was nobody else talking. There was nobody else talking. It was occult and metaphysics and all that. And it was Moorish history. That's all you're getting at the lecture. Those are the only lectures that you're going to. It was either some metaphysics, occult, and all that, or it was Moorish history. Those were the options. And look what we fell to now. People having commerce conference, 500 a ticket, and all types of madness. And conditions only getting worse. Nothing getting better. And then we look at Drew Ali's time, and things were getting better during Drew Ali's time when he was around doing what he was doing. Even the niggers were doing something more positive and uplifting than these ones today. Then we're gonna be some conscious guys owning a strip club. Yeah, we got a strip club. We're conscious guys.
And the crazy part is, you never see, even if they do it like in a little chat or something like that, you don't see these people openly and publicly talking down about the prophet. They don't say the so-called, like I keep saying before, they don't say the so-called, they say the prophet, Noble Drew Ali, or they say the honorable prophet, Noble, because they know he's the prophet. The only people that play the games is these Asiatic people. who hate themselves, so they hate that. That's why I said they're the descendants of Yakub, which makes so much sense. They hate their people so much that they can't even bring themselves to claim the bloodline. They gonna take on the Yakub's title.
Crazy.
Which also makes sense because if they was created in the late 1600s, the so-called Bible was created in the 1600s. That's when the information of Yakub was created in the 1600s, bringing all of that stuff with them here in that time. That's why it's called the Renaissance. They was born. It wasn't they was reborn. They was born at that time. That was the first time of them in history. That's why they can't go back but so far with the information.
Hold on there, Shah son. Let me just get the link in the chat for you so you could just push the button. And you don't have to be in the chat going back and forth. Just speak your mind right here. Just push the button and you could get on here and speak your mind.
There was no speaking of a Moorish anything in American history until the same idiot created this shit.
Now, this shit is one of the greatest examples of unity of our people in the 1900s. One of the greatest examples that they'll never talk about. Never. And you wouldn't even find anything with black Indians this united. Pork chop eating grandmother talking about we're Indians. And you're taking that serious? Your grandma ate chitterlings. Stop the BS. Grandma wasn't no witch doctor or nothing like that. You ate chicken feet soup and all that. Stop the BS. Stop the crap. Noble Drew Ali had the manufacturing company creating the products to heal you in the 1920s. What were the Indians doing in the 1920s? Where are they at? Where they at? Running around teepees, beating drums, talking about they're the founders of civilization? What founders of civilization just run around beating drums? Where they at?
No political force or nothing.
Nothing. All they're out here is just out here. What are they doing? What are they doing to assist in the liberation of our people? All they want to do is debate Moors. Moors aren't the indigenous whatever. Like we told you, go check Phil Pasquini. And he's talking about there's so much domes and minarets around here. This must be where the Moors are from. This must be Moorish lands. Because there ain't no Indian stuff out here that you could look at to say, oh yeah, that's other than a casino or something. There's more Moorish stuff here than Indian stuff. Way more Moorish stuff than Indian stuff. Peace, Shasan.
Peace, family. Peace. First, I want to say I got the utmost respect for the Moors. So this is not one of those attacks. You know what I'm saying? I was in the chat just now. Again, I don't personally have no problems with the Moors, but this idea that the indigenous people were Moors or that they called themselves Moors, I feel like it's bad to teach because it's just not true. There's too many indigenous tribes in America from east to west, and none of those people ever referred to themselves as Moors until European contact.
Okay, now let me ask you this question. So we went to a powwow last year, right? And we were there as Moors. And the Indians, the people who have the card that says Indians and all that stuff, looked at us and told us that we're their ancestors. Welcome.
Well, which tribe are you talking about? What specific Indians are you talking about? Where was this powwow? What group?
Mohawk, Micmac.
The Micmac?
Yeah.
I mean, again, I was gonna give you the example of the Delaware Lenape Moors. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people picked up this Moor ideology or this Moor idea that they're Moors after European.
It's not an idea. That's why they picked it up, because it's not an idea.
But what I'm saying is you can't like find these people calling themselves Moors prior to European contact.
That's like when you go to Jamaica and they have the original people are called Maroons, but where they live is called Moortown. Why is it called Maroon Town if they're Maroons? It's called Moortown because these people are Moors.
No. That's word. You guys are seeing words. That's just like here. You have a lot of places called moorland in America. You have cities and states called places called moorland. You guys are just assuming that this means.
I'm not talking about some places in obscure places in America. I'm talking about on the island of Jamaica, the people there who are the indigenous people. It is known that they're Maroons.
Okay. The Arawak. So you're saying that the Arawak and the Maroons were Moors. That's what you're saying.
Just like everybody else whose dark skin is a Moor.
No, it doesn't work like that, brother. See, this is what I mean. You're calling people something. You're calling people a term that they did not refer to themselves as. So again, if you want to give the Maroons that,
they're not. We're not saying they're not who they say they are. We're not denying that. I'm not denying whatever tribe.
Okay, I'm saying what I'm saying is to call somebody. Wait, brother. What I'm saying is this: if you call me something that I never referred to myself as, if I find out that you're calling me that, I'm either gonna say, "Oh, okay, I'm cool with that," or I'm gonna say, "Brother, could you respectfully call me what I refer to myself as?" Again, if we're just sticking to the states, because I see you got Sister Bethy on video up here. She's specifically talking about the states, the United States, the 50 states. All of these tribes, across the 50 states, these indigenous tribes, never called themselves Moors.
We're not saying they called themselves Moors.
So what's the issue? So why is it an
Islam,
why is it an issue that
Islam?
Why is it an
they
issue
they did refer to themselves as Moors, and there's documented government records that shows that they called themselves Moors, and the European even referred to us as Moors because there was no such thing as Indian.
Could you name?
There was no such thing as Indian. That became later.
Also, Moor and Moor and Indian are both misnomers for the indigenous.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
So name a group that called themselves Moors. Name an indigenous tribe that called themselves Moors. I'll wait.
The whole world of Asiatic people that they call Negro, black, and colored of dark skin, because there is no such thing as a group. It's only one race on the planet, which is the human family. The whole human family come from the Moabite nation, which is the Moabite women. That's where Moors come from.
On people that never subscribe to this, brother. That's disingenuous. That's not about calling you something that you and your family never called themselves. I can call you a Jackson and your family probably never called yourselves that.
Man, see what I'm saying? You hear that ideology? So I can call you a dumbass. I can call you a dumbass, and that's what people can refer to you as. That's what people can refer to you as, because you got that mindset. It don't matter what we call ourselves. That's clearly Europeanism.
No,
That's
I'm
clear.
not. What
That's
I'm
why the
saying is,
European
how are you
got so
calling
many
people
titles
something
for
that
our
they didn't
people: a
call
Negro,
themselves?
black, colored,
You're
African
European.
American,
You're being
African
European.
American, Indian, spoon,
You're being
spit,
European,
coon,
brother,
all
because
of
you're
these
not
words,
respecting what the
nigga,
indigenous
but they
tribes
won't
call
call you more
themselves.
because
Show
they
me
know
where the
that's the true
Ojibwe,
indigenous bloodline.
brother. Show
They
me where the
know that
Ojibwe
Moors,
call
the true
themselves Moors.
indigenous.
Show me that, brother.
Grand Sheik, mute his mic.
Like,
The
do we not
Show me
reason
where
get
the
that these
Ojibwe call
people,
themselves Moors, please.
all of these people that are Asiatic descent that
Show
is
it.
now being referred to as Indian, refer to themselves as Moorish
You're lying. You're
Americans.
lying. You're lying to a bunch
Okay,
of Moors in the chat. You know that, right?
okay.
You're lying right
Nope,
now.
because I can pull up the
No, you're lying
documented
right now.
facts. The
You're
brother
boldly
even
lying.
named the document where
No,
they
you're
refer
lying.
to
You're lying.
themselves as Moors
You're
before they
lying.
refer to themselves as Indian.
No, you're lying. Show me where the original Blackfoot called themselves Moors.
Go read
Show me
the
where the Ojibwe called
annexation of
themselves
Texas.
Moors.
Go read the
Show me where the
document, the
Yamasee called
annexation
themselves
of
Moors,
Texas
brother.
of 1830s.
Show
They
me
was
where the
calling
Yamasee
themselves
called
Moors,
themselves
my
Moors,
brother.
brother.
They was calling themselves Moors.
No, you're
They
lying.
was
No, you're
calling
lying. This is
themselves
why Beverly
Moors.
Hills is coming at you
Let me
because
ask
you're
you this
boldly
question.
lying, brother.
Let me
You're
ask you this
putting a
question.
title on people that never called themselves that.
Let me ask you this
You're
question.
lying, brother. Stop it.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let
So
me
what
ask you
is
this
the
question.
landmass called then? What?
Can the brother ask this question? I don't want to talk to you because you're lying right now. You're being disingenuous. He was honest. The other brother is honest. He said the other brother said we're not saying that they didn't call themselves that. You up here saying that they called themselves Moors. You're lying, brother.
Somebody has to mute themselves. Somebody has to mute.
Can you name the landmass?
Can you name the? I asked you a question already. Can you
It's
name the?
Morocco, Al
No, I said
Marticanos.
name the tribes that
That's the
call
name of this
themselves Moors,
landmass. It's
brother.
not a tribe. We are a nation. We come from nativity,
Who you
natal
talking about? What
womb.
group are you talking
We come
about?
from a natal
You
womb. We
trying
don't
to have
come
this?
from
You
no
trying to have this
tribe or
blanket,
clan. That
vague
came
statement?
later.
No,
That's
brother.
like a clique
Which
or a
group
gang.
called themselves? Which group
A
called
tribe
themselves
is no
Moors?
different
Stop
than
trying
a
to have
clique
this
or a
vague.
gang or a clan.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
not the
Can you
nation,
talk?
my
Hey,
brother.
can the other brother
That's
talk, please?
not
I
the
don't want to talk to
nation.
you no more because you're being dishonest. So I don't want to talk to you no
No,
more.
I'm being very
Yeah, you're
truthful.
lying right now. No,
I'm
you're
being
lying. You're
very
boldly
truthful.
lying, and you're proving that you don't
Okay,
really know
man.
about American history. So I don't think you
Okay.
should be speaking about it. You're trying to have this
Okay.
blanket, vague statement. Oh, they all no, it don't work like that, brother.
They all are Moors. Yes, they are.
Based on
They
what?
all are
Based
Moors. The
on what?
word
Based
Indian
on what?
came in
They skin color?
1621.
They Moors
The
based
word
on what? They
Indian
skin color?
came,
What are they
it
Moors
don't go
based off
past
of?
the
What
1600s.
makes
The
them
word
Moors, brother?
Indian don't go past the 1600s.
What makes
The
them Moors,
word
brother?
Indian don't. So if
What
these
makes them
people was
Moors?
called
You're not
Indian,
answering no
show
questions.
me
You
in
just
any
freestyling.
ancient book, any holy book where they was called Indians. Show
I
me in
just told you
any
that. I
ancient
just
book.
told you
Nope,
that
nope,
Indian
nope,
is
nope,
a
nope, nope,
misnomer.
nope, nope.
I just
Show
told
me
you
in
that. I'm
any
not calling them
ancient
Indians.
holy book where they refer to themselves as Indians, or did they refer to
I just
themselves
told
as
you that. So you
Moabite and
can't hear. So
Canaanite
you can't hear.
and
I just told you
Amorite,
that
who are
Indian is a misnomer
known
too.
as
You didn't hear that
Moors?
part.
And that's on a
This is why
public
I don't like
record
talking to y'all.
that
Cause
the
y'all
Moabite and Canaanite people that are in all of these holy books was Moorish people. They're not referred to as no goddamn Indian. They're Moorish people.
so
You
everybody
know
on the
it and I
panel heard me
know it
say Indian
with
was
your
a misnomer,
sellout
right?
ass. You know it and I know it with your sellout
Everybody on the
ass.
panel heard me say
You
Indian is a
Yaku
misnomer or
descended
complete,
ass
right?
motherfucker. You know it and I know it that our people on a public record was referred to and is known as Moors and not no damn Indian. That's why you don't see no Indian constitution or no Indian nation flag. You see a Moorish nation flag. Stop it.
See,
It's like
there go them dummies.
So you didn't hear me say Indian is a misnomer. You didn't hear me say that.
Bro, you might as well
So
just
what did
find
they
You
something
didn't
refer
hear
else
me
to
to
say
do.
themselves
that.
then? You
So
sitting
now
there talking about
this is what I
they
mean.
didn't refer to
We both
themselves as
can't
more.
talk,
They
but we
was
both at the
Indian.
same, but
No,
we
they're
both not
not,
talking at the
dude.
same time,
They're
brother.
not Indian. They're Moorish
No,
Americans,
they're
dude.
not
That's why a
Moorish,
Moorish
brother.
flag
You're
has been
lying again.
flown
No,
on
they're
this
not.
landmass over 10,000 years. Show me an Indian flag or show me a Native American flag. Show me that flag being flown on this landmass as the nation's flag. Show me a treaty that's still running today where they're recognized as the nation. Show me. Show me a video of any prater called a president honoring the Indians as being any political force. Show me that. Or was they doing
The
what
Indians
Grand
are
Sheik
playing
said,
rough.
running around,
It's
banging on
playing
drums,
rough. It's other
dancing,
people on the
humming
panel.
hymns, just
It's
like
other
these
people on the
sellout
panel, brother.
niggers are doing today?
Islam, brother.
Show me a political video of any Indian tribal force or any Indian or Native American tribal force doing anything political, or was they doing what Grand Sheik said, running around banging on drums, singing hymns like these Negroes are doing today?
Hold on, brother Malik. Brother Vince there. You there?
Islam,
or
yes. I was just listening.
Okay.
I seen Son talking, and you know, I just wanted to mention that the word Moor was replaced with Indian in 1621. So, like, I want to ask him, like, what would be the purpose of that? Since he knows everything, you know.
That's for you, Shah Son, if you wanted to answer that with regard to the 1621 and more being exchanged with Indian. You're muted, Shah Son.
They don't know.
They never know, man. They never know.
Yeah, they don't know. They just
hold on.
talking, man.
They never know. They never know. They sit in silence.
Man, you heard the question, bro.
I was letting the brother talk. What was the question?
The word Indian was used to replace the word Moor in 1621. What would be the purpose of that if Moors are not indigenous to the Americas?
I can tell you.
What's your explanation? Tell us.
All right. So again, this is what a lot of people are doing with this word Moor.
Man, answer the fucking question, bro.
We're not trying to hear any of these documentary answers. What is the straight answer of what would be the purpose of it? We don't want to hear some because I was poor type of story. What is the purpose of these Europeans doing that?
I'm gonna tell you. The term Moor is used to describe a complexion sometimes, and then it's used to describe a group of people that's practicing a certain thing. So
man, you got some more studying to do. Like this time, I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting you off.
You got some more studying to do.
Don't ask me no questions.
See, he was sent here to cause confusion. He was sent here to cause confusion.
In America,
that's why he got the S on his chest.
You gotta let Son bury himself. You gotta let Son bury himself.
That's why he got the S on the screen. Sell out.
Let him bury himself.
You be doing too much. Doing too much. You're straight sell out. That's the type of Moor that you choke. You choke that type of Moor.
Y'all niggas is sell out.
He got the Son mindset.
Yo,
you need to be.
Let the sun set.
Let the sun. Let the sun set for real. Islam. Yeah,
I told you, Grand Sheik, I got my Scimitar ready today. I got my Scimitar ready. I'm slicing it. I'm telling you, brother, all these dead terms that's associated where they're not living in the Aquarian age. We're the protectors of the Moroccan Empire. We're the protectors of that Moorish Empire today. We are the Moabite people, which are in all those holy books where you can't find not one of them that says Indian or Native American or any name of these tribes that they're now calling themselves tribes. Where is any of these names of these tribes in any holy book? Or do you find Moabite, Canaanite, Amorite, and all of these names who are clearly known on the public record as Moors? You can't find them. That's why I said, show me any political record of any Indian tribe or known for any political action. Show me that on the public record where we can show you documented facts on the public record where Moors that's flying a real national flag that's been flown on this flag knownly on the public record for over 10,000 years has done political things. And I yield the floor.
Islam.
Yeah, Islam. There's also I don't know if anybody wanted to address what he said. It's on the screen. To be Brother Sheldon said, to be honest, Brother Shahsan did say both Moor and Indian was a misnomer. So what y'all think about Moor being a misnomer?
If Moor is a misnomer, then what's the original name of the people? If Moor is a misnomer, then what is the true name of the people?
That's what happened when people lie, man. They can't continue to lie. You need some truth for your lie. So when the truth is exposed, the lie dies. He's dead. That's done. 1621 is enough. We don't have to talk no more.
Hello.
And that's why they can never answer the question.
Yo, Grand Sheik,
When I ask them, what's the name of the landmass then if it's not Morocco, they can never answer that question. He got quiet as I don't know what. What's the name of the landmass? If it's not Morocco, what's the name of the landmass?
They're going to say it's India next. I guess that'll explain how they Indians or something. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know how to be stupid. You know what I mean? We started learning. I don't know how to be stupid.
It's long, boy.
Exactly. The ones back. Exactly.
Yeah. Now he wants to know why he got kicked off the panel.
And is accusing us of backbiting.
Hey, he got kicked off the panel because America is not India. The word Indian is a misnomer. It's a tag. It's a label. That's why he got that.
Like, but you should respect that, though. People want to be warriors. They need to be told. They need to be governed. Like, once you understand this, you self-governing. You autonomous. You doing what you need to do. They want handouts. So they want some kind of excuse. They don't want to do for itself. They want somebody to hand them something. And like the Moor said earlier, the genetics is Moor. Like, if Moors running this from the beginning, like, boot on your neck, that's another Moor. Nobody beats the Moors. Like, nobody saying nobody beat the Indians. I'm gonna burn down your TP. We got whole cities, the world, global. It's Moors architecture. It's not no Indian, nothing, bro. Nothing. This needs to stop. Just let it go. Let it go. Cities was already here. Y'all try to claim to be mound builders. Okay, you build a mound. All right. Well, where's the city? Who paved the roads? Who electrified the city? Who did the plumbing? Who did these things? Who built these megalithic structures? It couldn't have been no Indians. They only had tools.
Islam.
And if these so-called tribes of Indians are the ancient mound builders, how come they not building mounds and pyramids today? They're only building teepees.
Bro, they didn't even build the mounds because the mounds had cement on them and cement floors. So they didn't do that either. They don't know about masonry. So how did they do it? That's the only thing they got is TP. And TP was out in the middle of the field somewhere because you couldn't be next to other people or something.
Mm-hmm.
And the TP stand for tent people.
Hey, everywhere I see a tent city, they homeless. You understand? They homeless. They wars. They don't have nowhere to go. They killing themselves. They killing.
Islam.
Lies got nothing for the truth, more. Nothing. Lie can't do nothing for the truth, but make the truth self-evident. That's all it could do.
Yo, that's it. That's why I said I'm at the point. I'm at the point. I'm on my Yahshua's type of mindset. Like, love me or like me or hate me, I'm turning over the tables right now. You feel me? Like, with the truth, and most people who be argumentative with you, I tell you all the time, they cannot bring themselves to read none of the Moorish literature, but they are so opinionated about Moor, and then they bring up Moors in a third-party perspective. When it's telling you dictionaries, you could go to the dictionary. And then they're telling you, oh, the Moors taught these people. Oh, no, but that's European based. That what you saying, that's European based. So how did these people teach the Europeans called Moors if the Europeans are naming these people Moors? How did these people teach the European when that's known on the public record? Like we said, we can pull up documented facts showing on the public record where these people named Moors taught these Europeans literature. So if they don't know literature, which means they don't know language, how would they know to call us Moors? And then why they don't call us Moors today if Moors is a misnomer, but they call you all these other misnomers?
Indian was created by the United States. The United States is a fiction. So a fiction creating a fiction don't have no life. Period.
Islam. Islam. Islam.
It's like
On
they
top of
holding
that, they
on to
have
something
on top
that's
of
not
that,
there.
like it's crazy because they have books. They have books talking about Masonry came from the Americas, and this is where they learned Freemasonry from, right? But Freemasons wear feathers in secret. I've never seen no Freemason wear any type of war bonnet or feathers or
No
anything
war
like that.
bonnet.
They wear feathers in secret. So I don't get these people. Like, I don't get what the benefit of Indian is too, because let's really look at it. When you look at the reserves, I don't know about over there, but up here, the reserves, these people don't even have proper running water.
Bro, they call these places over here prison camps. They like prison camps to these people. Like a lot of people I know that had experiences with the Indians that leave the reservation for a minute and they end up having to go back because they given everything. They can't survive in the real world. They're truly wars, bro. Like he just talking. Like Moors is actually out in the streets, in the hedges and the highways, talking to the real people, not just online. Like this dude online busting his chops. Nobody care what you talking about. It's a lie, bro. You stuck there, that's fine. Say you stuck and you still trying to figure it out. That's cool, but don't come like you got facts.
Yep. It's down to that. It's down to that.
And it's a level too. That once there's certain subject matter, that there's some unqualification happening, right? So he was making the point that well, the host was saying that indigenous people didn't call themselves what they say they call themselves. Yeah, right. The point that I'm making is that I don't care what they call themselves. They're Moors. But we know they would say they're Cherokee if we ask the ones today. If we ask the ones right now that we know are Mi'kmaq, what are you? Yeah, I'm Mi'kmaq. But then when you go to their house, they have a Moroccan flag on the house and with the Indian flag.
Mm-hmm.
They have the Moroccan flag with the So there's
the prophet even did the same. He said he was Cherokee and brought us the Moroccan flag.
That's the biggest example. Prophet was Cherokee and told us that we're Moors.
I mean, what else do you need, bro? Like that's what I'm saying. It's like a person's mental has to be ready for this because you unlearning. It's like they don't want to unlearn. They want to learn without unlearning. Your head is full. The computer needs a new motherboard. You feel me? Like you can't crowd information in there. You about to be scatterbrained, bro.
Yep, for real. So like we were saying, bigger nation people, because one of the bigger nations, one of the bigger questions for the Indians is, if the U.S. didn't accept Indian as some type of brand or anything, would they still be Indian? Like if they couldn't receive a benefit from being Indian, would they say they're Indian tomorrow? Or would they now all of a sudden, oh yeah, now we get what Moors are talking about now?
Yeah. Brother Kabir. Islam. Kabir, you still there? I left him waiting too long.
That's the more Kasir?
No. Kabir.
Oh.
Yeah. Islam. Yeah, I'm good. One more play of this Bedouin right here.
It's bull crap. You lie. You liars. The Hebrew Israelites are liars. All of them. We are not them people.
I agree.
None of us. None of these people claiming to be Moors are aboriginals to the Americas. They're a bunch of Negro people who got suckered into this cult. Because that's
Negro people. So they're Indians, and then Moors are Negro people who got suckered into a cult called Moors. Really? If you're falling for that, you got serious issues. You need to check yourself.
Seriously.
And then again, like I say, for those who say we're not Moors, but we're all these other people, how come you can't find a landmass called these things? Negro. I never seen no landmass called Negro. But I done seen a landmass called Morocco. I've seen a treaty with a nation called Morocco. I've seen a flag, a nation called Morocco, but I haven't seen any of these things associated with Black, Indian, Negro, or colored, or African American. No flag, no political treaty, no constitution, no nothing. Only democratic de facto, what they call benefits, I call them detriments.
Right? That's the issue. That Moor can't be a misnomer if it's a noun. Indian's not a noun. It's not. It's not.
Yep.
Indian's not an identity of a people. And then if you say the tribe is the identity, well, a tribe is subordinate to a kingdom and an empire. Tribe is still subordinate. Tribe is not some authority unless it's within their own tribe. And if all these tribes, and we know that all these tribes are dark-skinned people, then that would mean these tribes are of Moors. Noble Drew Ali is of the Cherokee tribe. He's a Moorish American. That's not hard. That's not giving up your culture or abandoning your culture. We're not saying don't be the tribe. Washita is a tribe. The Washita tribe said El Bey is going to be their titles of nobility. They were still Washita. They did everything as Washita, but they were El Bey. And if you see El Bey, you already know those are Moors. You know those are not Negroes if they're saying they're El Bey. It's so hard with them. But we get it. You know, everybody's under brainwash. And they can't get to these levels. They can't get to the high road. They love the low road too much. Islam Salim Bey.
Islam. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
See, man, the thing is, they only have a problem with the word more. And their problem with the word more doesn't come from some real problem that they actually had in reality. Their problem with the word more comes from the internet and online. Like in real life, people pray that they can see a more, find a more, run into a more, anything of that sort. You'll be praying to find a more. As people find out you a more, they be like, man, I've been looking all over for y'all, bro. They be asking you all these questions. They want to know more. Only thing they know is the BS that they not seen online. You know what I mean?
Islam.
And then they don't have a problem with the so-called white man being the white man. They don't got a problem with the country being taken over. They don't got a problem with none of the laws being. They don't got no problem with nothing else except for when you say we Moors, and then they peep their heads out. And then what are they doing? Like, what are they doing? They ain't doing nothing. They don't have nothing going on. They ain't in the trenches. They ain't on the front line. They ain't doing nothing, like, except for online. And then they got all this stuff online. Everybody that's studying the Indian stuff right now, they were studying from Taj and all the Moors back then, because that's all it ever was. I don't get the argument, man. Islam.
Yeah.
Islam.
You know how much? You know how many of them took Obashango stuff, took Akir stuff, coming out playing like they found it. Crazy. Claim that they found something
Crazy.
when they're just jacking off Moors, hijacking.
Crazy.
Right? Selling sovereignty package and correct your status Indian packages and all this crap.
And that was a good point that one of the Moors made, that saying if the United States doesn't accept Indian no more, what they gonna do? Because anywhere we go, we Moors, we global. If the United States say we ain't fucking with the Indians no more, then they ain't got nothing.
Nothing.
Right? Show us the records of indigenous people calling themselves Moors. Everybody knows indigenous people have only oral records. So there ain't no records of them saying that I, Chief Tomahawk, is a Moor. You're not going to find that. If that's what you want to hear, you're not going to find that. But the tradition is oral. And I've had these oral dialogue, conversation, interactions with people who are indigenous. People who are indigenous. And these indigenous people are telling me, you are our ancestors. You're our ancestors. Well, I think that I'm a Moor. I consider myself a Moor. If I'm their ancestors and I consider myself a Moor, if Noble Drew Ali's Cherokee, if the Empress of the Washita is El Bay, what more you need? Nobody has more claim than the Washita. Who has more claim in the Indian realm than them? Name a tribe that has more claim than the Washita. Just one.
I'll wait.
Islam. Islam.
Nobody has a claim. No indigenous tribe or whatever. None of them.
Even the lineage of Napi say that they Moors. Like it's like all the Indian things are saying that they're Moors too. Like I agree with the Moor. They doing that from online. Online put more a bad taste in their mouth or something, or they know more to study. And you know how you be kind of at odds with somebody that you think is more intellectual than you. You kind of want to match wits with them, but your iron not sharp enough. That's all that's happening. They bringing butter knives to scimitars. It ain't happening.
Yep.
They know what time it is. They know it's time to step up and be who you say you are. You know, prove who you say you are. And they know we can only be more, so and they're not willing to get the positives and negatives from that, because they're not about that. You know, they're about the being labeled being labeled a minority and stuff. But happy holiday, Morris.
Happy holiday,
Morris.
Happy holiday, indeed.
You know what I'm saying? Stuff is heating up. Stuff's heating up. People scattering, coming from all over, everywhere to come be all emotional and stuff with no facts. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
They're hearsay stuff, thinking it's evidence.
My personal experience make it solid.
Yeah, my personal experience with people that plays like they don't know who the Moors are, because they don't have the heart to be themselves. They don't have the mind to be themselves, and this is no disrespect to y'all. You know what I'm saying? This is observation and making it known what I come up with. You know, I don't, don't bash. Like, do you understand? Even according to the so-called slave narrative, that your ancestors died for trying to read and write and stuff, and then you meet people that's reading and writing, calling ourselves Moors because that's what the historical facts say, and you have the nerves to say something dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know this for a fact. No more can change my mind, no black guy or anything. You know what I'm saying? I live this, so I know it's real. I see how I get the fight. You know what I'm saying? And the fight is for my people. My people, they really do have the colonist mind, and the colonists don't need to do anything. You know what I'm saying? It's your own people doing it. Like, look so far, there's no colonists coming up here saying anything. It's a colonized mind coming up here saying some crap.
Bro, colonizers, get out my way.
Yeah, like be a man, first time ever. Just stop worrying about who's gonna like you or not. Like, stop trying to always satisfy the stranger's opinion of you rather than the facts. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that Massa is gonna get a little angry at you for not going with his narrative, but like they say, if they stop talking about Indian and start calling you chicken shit, and then you're going with that, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna go with whatever they call you, and then the stuff that we call ourselves, you're not going with that. That's just nonsense, man. Come on, man. You're on the wrong side of history. Are you the floor?
Islam Morris, before anybody makes a comment, I'm just gonna play this video. If everybody could mute so we could get the full audio. A little bit more sent this one.
I like to speak on anything and everything that interests me. I'm never not writing. I like to bear all my ugliness, my weeping sores. I want to be honest. It will only alienate the wrong people who are interested in other things. That's what I'm finding more and more. Utsama Sap Spatu Naki Klimaksti. My name is A Mind with Wings, and I'm a spoken word artist.
And I've decided to move to Commercial Drive and run for East Van MP. Not for the Liberal Party, not for the Green Party, and especially not for the Conservative Party. For the War Party.
I'm from a little reservation, no longer a reservation, called Utluathot. It's a small village on the west coast of Vancouver Island. I had signed up for a youth conference, and being like poor and all, like I don't get to fly a whole lot. So when I hopped on the plane, it was my first time hearing Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly. He talks about the N-word in his culture. I found it funny that it was called I, and I started making all these correlations between the word Indian in our communities, in First Nations and Indigenous communities. And from there, I have so much to say, and it's become a real staple in my live act.
And do not ask me if I am Indian, because all the while my people always ask me, how do we conquer our adversity? Well, come along and observe the power of words with me, because I promised myself I'd never use the word Indian. Listen to what you're saying. Indian. No better than an NFL team calling us Redskin, no better than a native calling himself Chug.
And taking all the experience I've had in being Indigenous, I'm so happy with the piece. It illuminates so many different things for myself. It was my first time saying these things out loud. And I find it's been bringing a lot of people closer in knowing exactly our experience, our identity.
Christopher Columbus didn't know better. Even though it's not in his goddamn diaries, even though it's not in the fucking documents. They tried to say he called us the Spanish word indios. They tried to say he called us the people of God. But Christopher Columbus called us Indian, not knowing where he was. So when you call yourself Indian, you must not know where you're from. Where I'm from, they named all the genocidal laws after Indian. Indian Act, Indian Status, Indian Reservation System. And the most unforgivable of all, Indian residential school systems.
We have so many different cliched legends and like overused and then appropriated legends. And then we have our own legends that still stand within our own community, to stand alone and haven't been messed with by colonialism. There's one misconception that there are no new legends. We are new legends, and we shouldn't be afraid to be new legends.
Therefore, I am no Indian. I am not 66800900302. Utlama Mitchellus fucking Tucci. Who are you?
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. Islam.
Word.
Islam.
I just want to real quick point out
Islam, man.
the
That's what I
Tupac
want to
headband that he had right
Yo,
there.
my man put a serial
Nobody
number at
thinking.
the end.
What'd you say, Vincent?
No, I just want to point out the Tupac headband that he had right there.
Yeah.
But this is just an example. When you have a national mindset, you think like a national. Like one of the things he said at the end, I'm not 6405 or whatever number he said, and then he said who he is.
Hey,
So
you also heard. You also heard the more say that the Indian reservation was no more. Why? Why was the Indian reservation no more? Is that from the Indian Removal Act? They gave you the reservation and they took it away. Same thing like exemptions. An exemption can be given and taken away. Moors are non-obligatory. That means you're not even obligated to that. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's so many little innuendos in the middle of it where they'll show you the truth if you really want it. It just seems like people just want to combat Moors. They want to be the one that said, "Oh, he's the one that disputed the Moors. Oh, he debunked what Moors said." Man, get the hell out of here. It's not happening. The world's showing you. You know.
Islam. Islam. Just like the prophet. It's just like the prophet said. A beggar nation can never reach its highest level of spirituality. And these type people are beggar nation people. That's what they are, because they can't do nothing without U.S. or Canada's approval.
Or somebody else.
You know? Without somebody else, they need someone to say you're an Indian.
Yeah.
You know how much times do I talk to the Hindustani people up here at the businesses? You know, we deal with nationality, and then all they say is, "Yeah, man," but they just accept some Indian card, and you know, they'll try to tell me if anything, go to get some certificate of approval. And when we talk about it's fraud, we both laugh about it. We both say like, "Yeah, I know it's fraud, but we all got to pay bills, right?" So yeah, man.
The more also mentioned his first time taking a flight. Like my time's taking a flight, and I've flown over 30 times. Nationality card all day. I've never had a real problem. The only problem is them not knowing, and then them having to get the supervisor. Once the supervisor come out, it's a wrap. Like it's a wrap. They opening up other lines to the more and everything, bro. Like again, my personal experiences won't allow me to be stupid no more, or take nobody BS. Like the mother that was saying what she was saying, and she need to be set on fire for talking foul about the prophet. Like he came for you, for her personally. He came to uplift fallen humanity, and you taking a squat on the man about something that you have no idea about. So fire for her.
Yeah, but that's what dirt. That's dirt though, because dirt doesn't react good to you know the cleaning product. You know what I mean? Dirt runs from the cleaning product. You know, when cleaning product comes around, that's when the dirt wants to cry, saying like, "Oh shit, you know, we're about to go away." That's what it was. It's like when the other guy coming up here, getting all emotional when Moors are just bringing up more. We're just talking information. Why is it that when the Indians talk about, "Oh, yo, there's this rock that said Cherokee," nobody says anything. Everybody reacts like those female talk shows where they just say, you know. But when it comes to more saying more, all of a sudden everybody gets mad. Everybody has something to say. It's crazy. If anything, it points us towards the right direction. If you ask me.
Like, yeah, this says that because of this book verifies it. There's the monument structures and everything. No, we're not that because somebody said they had a dream that we had something else going on, and then they just run with the crazy stuff. Like they don't want to stay with facts. They want to stay with the basics. The bays are sick. You know, I think
They just
I'd be
want
right
easy,
about
bro.
Mhm.
Everybody want ease. You know,
Easy.
microwave and easy. They don't want to cook the meal. They like, can I go to the store and pick it up? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's
Let
a
them
fact, man.
prepare it for me. Only thing I
They
want is
want
that
the
somebody
Uber
prepare.
Eats.
The Uber Eats mores for real.
For real.
Those are the TV dinner mores. Those are the TV dinner sit home
that. Yeah,
watch
so
video
it's either
type
two
mores. You know what I
things.
mean?
It's two things if you talk like that, right? It's either you're just a dummy, right? And I'm not dissing you. That's check what dummy is. You're just a agent, puppet. You know what I'm saying? So pretty much a dummy and an agent, I was gonna say two different things. It's pretty much the same thing. A dummy and an agent, you know, because you're
Wow.
propagating something that's not true with a political propaganda behind that. You know what I'm saying? With escheatment, with denationalization and all types of stuff. Especially when Moors say out of their own mouth that the islands, which is actually it's in the statements. You know what I'm saying? It's in our books, right? That the adjoining island is a part of America. The Americanos Islands. When you look at the plateau, if you look up the maps of the Earth without water, you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about the if it's flat or whatever, but you'll see that the Americanos Islands, the so-called Antilles, that's on the same plateau as the Americas. You know what I'm saying? Plus anybody that was coming through to the Americas, right? They'd have to get through Puerto Rico, or so-called Puerto Rico, to so-called Jamaica or the Bahamas. You know what I'm saying? Based on if you're going north or south. You know what I'm saying? So we were the first faces that everybody seen to recognize that the Americans are over here. So when Moors, especially studied Moors, or anybody that said that they're studied, go against the actual literature itself, that's in plain as day. It's like, yo, man, like, just sit up, go in the back, because you're one of those Moors that Noble Jelly's talking about that needs to sit in the back. Yield the
Hey,
floor. I'm
Malak.
not here for
Hold on, but
division.
this
I'm not here for division. I'm here for clarification, and I'm tired of the dumb stuff. But still patient. But it's like I'm not gonna give you kudos. I'm not gonna smile with you and stuff when you're leading the people. I'm off. I'm not about that. But I yield the floor because the background's getting a little loud.
listen,
Islam.
I just
Like,
kind of want to address some in the comment section where Sun was saying that Washita were not originally claiming to be Moors, but they're claimed to be that later. The name Washita is a European name because they weren't even calling themselves Washita with the W. So as far as this whole claiming to be Moors, like this whole argument, you guys keep biting yourselves because this whole like
Yeah,
where
there's
did the
no
word Indian come from? Indian came
W's
from
here.
European books. When it came from Washita, that name came from European books. Any type of most Iroquois, Algonquin, those came from European books. Like these people need to fix up their story. When it comes to these type of I like to call them more deniers. Like you need to fix up their story, man.
You're
They need
cooking,
to
man.
fix up their story. They need to study. That's it, man. Because they're embarrassing themselves. It's kind of it's very distasteful, personally, if you ask me.
No J-U-V
It's
or
crazy.
W. No
And then they try
It's
to
J-U-W.
just
that
come with this whole like, oh, we weren't Moors. It's like how like a child, like when it's time for bed, and you tell them, it's time for bed, and then they get mad with you. It's just like, nah, I don't want to go to bed, but it's time for bed. It's the same thing with these people. You tell them that you
But
prove to
yes,
them that Indian's a
but
misnomer, that Indian, like those are European titles and whatever, and then later on they still want to come with this. It's like, come
But
on, man,
GS did
calm
say
down.
that Washita is, that's corporate. That's the corporate side of stuff. So, even on the corporate side. de facto stuff, we're still.
And
But
then
even this, like real quick, sorry, Morris, but even this right here, he said literally been claim. He said, show me indigenous people claiming to be Morris. We all know melanated people are the indigenous people of the planet, and if melanated people right here are telling you that we are Morris, and Europeans are the ones that called us Indian and all these other titles, what are you saying? Who else are the indigenous people here, son? Because we are the indigenous people here, and we're saying that we're Morris. What are you talking about, bro?
and none of them can ever show any accounts of any so-called Indian tribes going before these people in what they call court on a public record, winning their case, standing on nationality. We go to court as Moore, the whole venue changed. They shut the whole court down when Moore step inside the court. Why? Because they know what time it is. They don't do that for no Indian or none of them. That's why you don't see none of these tribes have done anything politically. Where's the hospitals? If they're so-called indigenous people, where's the schools? If they're so-called indigenous people, where's the stores and everything else? If they're the true indigenous people. But like I said, on the public record, they got House joint resolutions where this so-called de facto government is honoring Moors, and they don't have nothing on that record where they're honoring Indians.
The only thing an Indian is indigenous to is a reservation. That's the only thing an Indian is indigenous to is a reservation. And then that's still Moorish land.
And then you have this guy here talking about, he said, nah, I said indigenous people, smart guy. But indigenous is an adjective. That's not a noun. There is no people called indigenous. There's no land called indigenous. There's no nation called indigenous. What are these people talking about? That's why I mean these people they need to clear up themselves. They need to study, man. They need to fix up. But this is what the Prophet was talking about when he was talking about when the European came here. And then the Sultan said, take those people because they're not going to do anything.
Yeah,
these are the people. That's them. That's them.
And that's what the Prophet said, a handful saved. Like, you getting to see why it's a handful saved. Listen to these Moors. Listen to how they talk. Then they're not like, shout out to them.
He said
nonsense.
Like he said what? The indigenous people never had stores or hospitals. What are you talking about?
Well, again, this is choke out central. It's time for them to get blue face choked. Like, because you get it. You're spreading disinformation to the youth for one, because everybody's trying to find out about what Moors really is. But you go online, it's some BS. You know what I mean? Like, you literally got to dig and find some real true Moors out here, because just like anybody else, man, like, they're just not together in the head. They're not good people. They don't have morals and things like that. That's what the Prophet brought us. Yeah,
they don't have morals. They really don't have morals because I'm over here. We're Arawak, right? When it comes to the island people, right? We're Arawak. We're telling you that we're Moors.
Yeah, Taino.
And this guy's he's gonna run over that and be like, all right, well, you guys said you're Moors, but what about the Ojibwe people? Like, how much tribes do we have to prove to you are Moors? Like, how much? Like, give us a number. With these people, give us a number because they need a certain number.
They don't love nobody. They don't love nobody. Spreading disinformation, you're creating injury. You're creating injury to your own people and others as well. You know, because you're keeping them in the black status. Noble Jolly says we're not Negro colored and black, and not only that he said it, like it's true. Like, you know, when you go check it. You know,
hold on. He said I got a whole accent talking about he's indigenous. I thought it was the English speakers that were the invaders. What are you talking about? Am I supposed to be speaking proper English?
Look, I tell you, they're gonna
accent. All indigenous people have an accent. What are you talking about? What is this guy talking about? All indigenous people have an accent. Southern people have an accent. People from so-called New York have an accent. People from LA have an accent. Everybody has an accent.
People with fat lips talk funny too. And that's the way they need to talk, like, because somebody needs to pop them in the mouth, bro. I'm telling you, once somebody gets touched, they're gonna stop because now they feel like somebody might touch them too.
So loose with their mouth.
That's why they're so loose. Just uncivilized. These are the uncivilized people that won't do nothing. That the Sultan said, take these people. That's what I'm talking about. They're coming over here arguing with us. But when do these people go to any city hall meetings and argue with these councilors talking about, yo, don't call us Indian and that's a misnomer or whatever?
Yeah,
They
and they're
don't. They
ready
haven't
to
Is he
been
send
gonna
out
out
in
do
the
the
that?
world.
militia.
These people don't
And
go
they
out in the
down
world
there,
talking what they talk. Excuse me.
they're not down
I was
there.
just
They're just
saying.
hard up on Moors, what Moors say. Like, what do you mean? Well, you see somebody with a badge, you're gone. You're on your knees saying whatever. Just stop.
This is crazy. Like, listen, I'm gonna
Looking
leave
like
it
a
here
fool.
because my guy said that we sound cute. I don't know if it's a guy saying that we sound cute, but if you're a guy saying that we sound cute, that's like
See,
over here we say
Yeah,
fire for that. That's what we say. We don't deal with that type of thing, you know. But
wait,
yeah, yeah,
man.
you know,
lucky the girl them save, you know.
yeah,
Girl them
definitely
save,
we
you
don't do that over
know.
here. Talking about
Take
mans are
man
cute, we don't do
around,
that.
but no.
We don't
See,
do that.
yeah.
Batty boy, tell
I,
him exactly. Batty boy, we don't
hey,
call mans cute over
I,
here.
I'm trying to tell you, the only resolve is to bash a face or two, and they'll stop because nobody don't
Just
really
stop.
want that. They don't want no real smoke. They want a keyboard come fool you. They don't want you in their face. They're not gonna say none of this in your face. None of it. None of it. They can't even hold a conversation in your face, but they could do it over the phone and online. These people don't even get out in the world. Because again, I'm a Moor to the core, bro. I'm out in the world doing what I do, and nobody has a problem but the people that's online. Like, never have I had a problem with nobody. Everybody's always interested and want to know more, and got nothing but peace and love for the Moor when they greet and leave.
Yep. But even right here, his comment, you don't have peace and love. He said you would never call me a no batty boy in real life. I don't let that go over your head though. You see, this
Where
is
he
what
at though?
these online tough guy people, you know. Oh, you wouldn't call me that in real life. Shut the
Well,
hell up, bro.
I hit
Nobody
the
believes
high
you,
Call a
grade
bro.
city.
dude cute.
Nobody
Call a
believes you,
dude
bro.
cute in
But
front of his face. Call a dude cute in front
he's
of his
calling
face.
man
See what
cute, but
happens.
he's saying, Come on, bro.
See what
These
happens.
guys want to argue.
Outside, just go
You
to
guys want to
anybody.
argue.
Not just us. Go
Listen,
to anybody. Like any normal. If there's any
That's
Yeah,
normal
some more
people
internet
out there.
stuff, bro.
and then too,
That's
like
all internet.
that's why we say, okay, if we're not this and you're that, where's your platforms? Why are
it's
you
on.
guys not on your platforms teaching this Indian stuff? Why are you in the Moorish platform trying to say that we're not Moors, but you're not teaching this Indian crap? Because
It's
you
on.
know that that stuff is falsehood, and you know that this is your. You just know that you've been paid off. But what they get mad about, that what they thought they was gonna get out of their promised, lied to oaths that they took, they didn't get. So now they stuck between the rock and the hard place, which is Morocco, and now and Negro, black, and color, and they know they done already committed the line. So you can't go backwards. You're stuck in the lie. So now the only thing you can do is bash the de jure, which is come in Moorish chat saying, "Oh yeah, we're not Moors." Man, at this point in time, all from the elders to the youth, everybody know that we're fucking Moors by now. They watch TikTok, YouTube, all that. You even got Europeans displaying the law, telling, yeah, this Moorish stuff, they all know that we're Moors. And then even they be talking
Yeah,
about, yeah,
yeah.
this Indian, indigenous, and all that. But like I said, show me one Indian treaty that's still ongoing, that has a national constitution, that has a national flag flown before the world. They don't have it, which means that that is not recognized as a nation. Period. A tribe cannot be nationally represented, which is
So
why it's
called.
never been. But they can never show those records. But we can show records, even not even ancient, modern, where the prophet Noble Drew Ali was politically doing things, and that's on the record, recognized by the de facto system still to this day. They just did one, 2022, with the House Joint Resolution 0930, where they're honoring the whole Moorish bloodline and the prophet, giving a full account. They not one time in that document say the so-called. They said the honorable prophet Noble Drew Ali. They know better, just like our people know better. It's these
Yeah.
sellout with this Yakub mindset, the Yakub bloodline. Those are the ones. That's why they truly hate their bloodline. They got the Yakub.
Yeah.
It's not the Willie Lynch. It's the Yakub syndrome. I'm
That's
telling
the
you, that's
thing.
where it
That's
comes
the
from.
thing with the Indians,
Yeah, man.
the so-called Indian people. They're trying to bash the Moors while the Europeans bashing them, beating them up every day. Because they don't they're too busy bashing Moors. They're defaulting on all of the European claims on them because they're not there to be in adverse with that. They're there worrying about what the Moors are doing. And every time something's going on the radio, I hear some Indian chief, Thomas Frederick or whatever his name is, Jill Smith or whatever. He's always agreeing to what the Europeans are saying and whatever kind of new thing that they're coming up with, some kind of new policy or whatever. It's always the Indian guys that's always agreeing, always pushing what the Europeans' agenda is. And then they're the ones that's always crying about what the Europeans is doing to them. And they never do anything about it because they're over here in the Moors paradigm talking nonsense to the Moors. So in fact they can't even defend their own stuff in no medium.
Islam, man, I like Islam, Kasir.
Islam Nobles.
What you said, Mark? Happy Holy Day.
Happy Holy Day, Nobles. So we ain't gonna deal with the fact that no tribe is pre-Columbian. I need to know the tribe is pre-Columbian. Right there. So there's no claim that these people can have, especially when you just stick to law, that they could supersede anything that the Moor is talking about. So if we say, all right, none of the tribes that you claim is pre-Columbian, meaning you weren't tribes until you got colonized by the Spanish. You weren't Indian until you got colonized by Spanish. What language is the term Indian derived from? Spanish. If we just deal with the Los Indios, meaning people know God, then when you got colonized by the Spanish, you were Indian. Then when the English came and colonized you and he was speaking Spanish and English, he called you Negro. So they accept being Negro and niggas and all that, but they don't want to accept being Moor. But the only people that were pre-Columbian would be Moors.
Islam.
The Moors started the whole Columbian thing. And we already know a lot of that is kind of a false narrative anyway, because Christopher Columbus, there's no proof that he existed, but there was a Salvador Zarco. And there's no history of that dealing with Indians. So the same people that say they Indians and not Moors, what is an Indian Moorian? What is the Islam Noble? I heard this. Hold on. You gonna do in the same night, you're gonna do a video with Asir on Aboriginal Powers channel, then you're gonna do another video on Topcast channel with Taj the same night? The same night? And we ain't gonna say nothing? Oh no. Y'all don't get to do that. And let's deal with it. Because they never answer these questions. I went on there before, like a while ago, and asked them, did they know about the Moroccans? This is the first so-called tribe that John Smith ran into when he first came. His third negotiation was with a tribe, so-called tribe called the Moroccans. Why is there original tribe here? The first dude to start calling y'all so-called Indians and doing these meetings? Why did he meet with a so-called tribe called the Moroccans?
Or even this, like, are Indians Islamic? Because on the whole continent, you can go around and see Allah and so much. Down in the Florida Keys, you got Islamorada. Down there, you got Alabama. You got Wallah. Like you got so many things that speak in Islamic, and they're not Islamic. So how did that happen, Indians?
Yep. You can look up the Nia Bay Indians. It's like Neah Bay, the subjugated way to spell it. There's they got a statue where it's like a son and a mother together. They got fezzes on, and on the side of the sun, like so-called the same spot where Jesus was pierced, there's a crescent moon and star on him. It's a Nia Bay. I think if you look up Nia Bay, you can find it if you look through Google. But it's a statue of a son and a mother together, and the son has a crescent moon and star on the side of him. And then when we just, oh, here, go to Mecca. The Mecca, right? The Mecca reservation, Makah reservation, has a Nia Bay statue of a son and a mother with feathers on, and the son has a crescent moon and star on the side of him. If we deal with Indians, Indians can't really claim mounds because, like we know, there's no tribe that's pre-Columbian, but the mound understanding the history of the mound builders, Mississippian mound builders, that has its Moorish complexities, and it goes back way before the so-called Indian narratives. So an Indian really can't call itself a mound builder, but the Washita are mound builders. And I heard a Moor say Washita is like the subjugated term. They're called Washashaktum. In English, you would spell it Uaxashaktum, Washashaktum. The mother put that on. She had a newspaper. She put the seal of it in the proclamation of it in a part of her newspaper, and said that was the droit law to the land. So the right within the right, the double right of the land. The two rights would be right of ownership, right of possession. So another way you can look at that is right of blood and right of soil.
Indian has no right.
Yep. So right, I'm looking at the Nia Bay statue right now. They both have what you would call like the Indian fezzes. They're made out of corn husks and woven. They're called they are called the Nez. Nez Pierce is the tribe, but the headdress they wear is called the Nez. And we wear fez, but they want to talk. Oh, you got a bucket on your head. Well, what about the Indians that wear the Nez? It's the same thing as the fez. It has a tassel and everything. And what these two nobles have a Nez on. And his sides is pierced with a crescent moon and star.
You got fezzes on top of teepees. Like on the top of the teepee is a fez. What are you saying?
And if so let's think about this. Is these so we going back to like the 1600s? You were still living in teepees.
Oh, my bad.
But the so-called turn the way the lands was created before, like when you look at how the buildings was constructed into the World Fair type of design, those buildings were here already. Why were you guys in teepees?
Because they wasn't here.
Oh, there it goes. Not pre-Columbian. And if you were, prove through Indian culture, not just one book, not just one encyclopedia, one book. Show me through the Indians themselves that say that they created the mounds. You talk to an Indian, you got to go outside, go to a real powwow, like one in New Jersey, where the Lenape and a couple other tribes meet up. A lot of them are pale-faced looking. They look Asiatic. So a lot of these people are really just Chinese mixtures with so-called Mexicans. But anyway, you ask those chiefs, what is the culture? What is the aspect of your culture that ties back to the mounds of America? He tells you he doesn't know because his ancestors was guardians of the mounds for the people that built them before him. That's what the chief told me. His people are guardians of the mounds for the people that was there before them that built them. So right there, you got mounds that was predating Indians. One, the oldest mounds in the United States is dealing with the LSU mounds on Louisiana University. You can go check those mounds out. They're the oldest ones in United States. So that predates any Indians.
What you know about the Etowah mounds at the Georgia territory?
Those predate Indians too.
Yeah, I literally just rode by those. Just rode by those.
Yep. The serpent mounds, the mounds of the magician, even though they try to say Noble Drew Ali is a magician. And do you know what a magician is? These are the same people that didn't know what a clown was. And when you look through a clown, the sacred clown is in their culture.
Yep.
We didn't make this stuff up. The highest status in an Indian tribe is the prophet. Under the prophet, you got the chief. And then under the chief, you got the senior sagamore and the junior sagamore. Why do Moors know more about the Indian cosmogony and culture than the Indians do. Watch how this works. Name me the reason why somebody like Sister Bethy will create a corporation that's a nonprofit organization and say that that's an Indian tribe when you're going through the state to create this. You're not, so you can't trace your blood back to a corporation you just made a couple years ago. You can't do that. Your grandma didn't tell you was Aborigine. She said we got some Indian in us, right? But they right now go against that today and say, "Oh well, we don't got Indian in us. We is the Indians." Your grandma may tell you that, you liars. My grandma told me the same thing. We got a little Indian in us. She didn't know the whole aspect of the story. Do I blame my grandma for that? No. I'm supposed to take what she gave me and go farther in the knowledge than to not stay back where she was. How do you grow? What's evolution in the mind? If you just follow what your ancient ancestors, not ancient ancestors, but your direct ancestors that were here that told you certain things and you just stay there, you're not going to further your mindset to be able to tell your children nothing.
Oh, Kasir, just go over that one again about the grandma, because the Indians like to think the Indians like to think that the alligator tail eating grandma told them some right knowledge or something like that. So go over how you're looking at that. When grandma said Indian, and then after you want to get brother Is on here, because I'm pretty sure he's busy. I want to get him in before he jumps off Islam.
Grandma said, "Baby, we got Indian in us." She didn't tell you we aborigines to this land. She said we got Indians in us. If you were to ask your grandma back then, grandma, we African? Well, I don't know, baby. We probably got some of that, but I know that we got some Indian in us. What is that? What do you mean you got Indian in you? So in her mindset, because of how certain censuses state, oh yeah, there's no census that says that they're Indians without being by way of slaves to an Indian tribe. So grandma didn't tell you were Indian. She told you you had Indian in you, because probably her mother had census records that had her living in the so-called Indian territory. And when it says the status on the census, it would say like they had the ancestor name, and then next to it it'll say like whatever the tribe is, and saying that they were owned by that tribe. So this is where we get the freedmen and the Freedmen Bureau and all that. They accept that. They accept being slaves to Indians and slaves to Spanish. They just don't want to be slaves to British. But it all comes in the same prospect. You're not denying the fact that you're Negro. You're not denying the fact that you're Los Indios. You're not denying the fact that you're Freedmen Bureau, but you're denying the fact that you're more than all of that. That's the part where it goes left. And then they'll say, grandma may tell you was a Moor. Grandma wasn't born in 1621. I yield the floor.
Islam,
brothers.
Islam, nobles. Happy holy day to all nobles that could hear this.
Islam is
Islam. I'm not going to get emotional, and I'm not going to get all hyped up. I'm tired of all this WWE BS. We already know what's going on. We are seeing the byproduct of decades-long global BS that was exported out from here. Here being the landmass known as the Mexicans, to the one who came up on here all stuck in their emotions, wanting to know about Moors, supposed to so-called Indians. Mention the tribe name, and even mention the tribe name through the Occidental mispronunciation. Called them Lenape, Renape first. Second, you ain't got to go digging in the annals of history You can just sit your happy ass on your mama's couch in the basement where you belong, up in Jersey. Pull out that little $69 phone you got from Wally World. Jump onto your Wi-Fi, probably from McDonald's for free or something, and Google some shit called the 2016 Delaware Code Title 29. I'll read it for you, for anyone who's interested. Again, the 2016 Delaware Code Title 29, State Government, Chapter 1, Jurisdiction and Sovereignty, Section 106, Lenape Indian Tribe of Delaware, Recognition, Universal Citation 29, DE Code, subsection 106, 216, paragraph 4. Paragraph says, the tribe was formerly known as the, quote, Moors, end quote. And for many decades of the 20th century, state documents such as driver's licenses designated the tribe's race with an amber. Now, if that's not enough for you, because you're going to say, I already hear it, oh, they just added that recently, it's from 2016, to continue on with the lies and to continue with the confusion. All right, buddy, no problem. How about you take your happy ass off your mama's couch in the basement out in Jersey, Jersey City, whatever. Go down to Philadelphia, but you know it's Philadelphia. Because you know, the Lenny Lenape, they called them the Delaware Indians, right? No, Delaware was not an indigenous name. That's an Occidental name. Who was that Occidental? William Penn. What is William Penn famous for? Yo, he's the one who spoke with the Moors there, who were calling themselves Lenape, the ones that are being addressed in 2016 Delaware Code, Title 29, who was called for centuries Moors, and then all of a sudden switched over to Indian and tribe. What does that tell you? That tells you a few things. Don't have to be a rocket scientist to know, well, there had to be some kind of a sellout for Occidentals to be able to lay claim and to work with the indigenous here. Well, if the indigenous switched their names from Moors to then Indian, what's the name of that tribe that did that again? That's the reason why they get a little upset when you bring up the history. Because it's not about what Big Mama, Anna, whoever told them in passing. Yes, they did tell them that, giving them the rest, whether they do it or not, is inconsequential. Doesn't change the fact. What it does change is the fact of trying to bullshit the world to try to get on some type of list, rolls, whatever, to get some form of financial benefit, so-called financial, because nobody here has ever been really truly paid unless you've been paid in silver or gold. That's not me saying it. That's what you call the law of the land saying. That's the Constitution. The one for and the one of. Vote. Sorry, there's somebody driving by, I guess. So they don't have me. All right. So if the 2016 Delaware code is too recent for you, and that's just not going to cut it, take your happy ass down to Philadelphia, go find a statue, okay, of Tamanid, Chief Tamanid. You can't miss him. He's on a big podium, right at the intersection where the highways meet, off ramps and on ramps. When you see that statue, you'll know him, because there ain't too many statues of a life-size man standing on the back of a turtle with an eagle on his head, wearing a fez on his head. You gonna tell me that's an Indian war bonnet? No. It's not. Stop it. Your arrogance and your stupidity is embarrassing. You're only making a fool of yourself. You're messing with the wrong ones here. We're not the Moors that got into this because we got ourselves into some quote unquote hot water, some trouble, some nigga shit. And we're trying to get out of it any which way possible or any means necessary. That's not who you're speaking with. You are speaking with those of us who have taken the time to go research the annals, not just of this great landmass, not just of one people's, but of the people of the world who hold us in high regards still to this day, whether they do it in the form of some holy day celebration that some see photos of or videos online these days and get their panties in a bunch because, oh my God, some Occidental, they wipe charcoal on their face. They're doing backface and they got red fezzes on. Yeah, because there ain't no Moors left there. The Moors that are there, they all either drank the Kool-Aid or they boned out, or worse, they were handled by quite ominous means and are no longer within this realm. They're in another. What do I mean by that? When you search the globe, you search history, even in their books, they could not get rid of all of the ties back to us. Why? Global empire. Which word confused you? Global means the world, the whole planet, the whole rock. Or empire, collection of lands, kingdoms, peoples coming together, following the same directives. Someone earlier was talking about Genghis Khan. They forgot to mention one small fact. That fact, Genghis isn't a person. Genghis, just like Christ or Christ, is a title. In other words, Genghis just meant nothing more than the great ultimate Khan emperor. Get in there? So someone also mentioned there's a difference between so-called Jews and the Ashkenazis. Well, that's a people. We know their history. We've heard enough about their shit. How they like to go kill people and then take over their identity theft today. And they also talked about some Sephardic Jews. Part they forgot to mention, the word Sephardic is nothing more than the new Hebrew word for Spain. What was Spain called before it was called Spain? Al-Andalus. That's who the Inquisition was against. Wasn't against Spain. Spain didn't exist. In fact, if you still pull out that little $69 phone from your back pocket, do a quick web search for when Spain was founded, you find out your mama probably got underwear older than the country of Spain, because the shit was founded in 1970s. Hello, 1970, not 18, not 17, not 16, not 15, sure as fuck not 14, or further. 7-Eleven. We like to give it up to 1491, 1492, when somebody supposedly set sail at the behest of a certain royal yada yada. Whether he existed or not. Okay. You want to say Columbo didn't exist? All right. So then Americas, right? If he existed and came over, exactly where did he land? if Arawak ain't American and America is sandwiched between so-called Canada and top of so-called Mexico, Colombo didn't land there. Colombo never set fucking foot off his boat on the mainland. He went to an island. That island, today, at the time, was called Quequesa. Quequesa, today, you know as the Dominican Republic and Haiti, or Haiti. All right? So let's stop playing with all this emotional BS. You want to be from the triple dark black of whatever? Hey, go ahead. Knock yourself the F out. But sit your ass in the corner because the adults have things to do. The adults have business to care for. We don't have time for this childish bullshit. Do you know how many Masons walk up on Moors bold enough to go out and have it and give alms? Well, you never will if you never stepped out your house and have it. You'll never know. You'll be stuck in this purgatory called the interwebs, social media, hearing stories, other people's accounts, and you will never know for yourself 100% what's true and who's blowing smoke up your ass. Why? Because you're too damn childish to come out of your own ego. That's all it is. Don't get it twisted. Everybody, I can only speak for myself. I was even one of those. Nah, man, we're not Latinos. We're not Hispanics. God damn it. We're from a land. We're Dominican. We're Puerto Rican. All right, but what the hell is a Boricua? You get a Borican. How the hell did the land become called an island be called Richport in Spanish? Because that's what Puerto, Port, Rico, rich means. What you're seeing is the different flavors of the effery that's been exported out across the globe and propagated by funds and so-called secret societies. Now, the secret ain't that secret because somebody came and pulled the veil off of all those secret societies, not by sitting there and naming individuals, not by sitting there and counting off lists of wrongdoings or bullshit, avalanches of lies, by doing something very simple, stating the truth. And once he stated the truth, he said, don't take my word for it. I'm paraphrasing. Go out, study for yourself. And you're going to do one or two things. You're either going to prove me wrong or you're going to reinforce everything that I've told you. So far to this day, in over 9 years of diligent study, only thing I've been able to do is reinforce. That's it. That being said, do I come up with different opinions of strategies used at the time? Well, hindsight's a motherfucker. Shit gives you 20/20 vision. Clears things up real quick. Looking back on things, being a Monday afternoon freaking quarterback from the armchair. But you wasn't in the game. So you ain't do shit. So sit there, keep quiet, and learn something.
They weren't a champion. Tell them is.
No, I mean, you're not going to get Brother Clarence coming over talking about I'm Jesus's third cousin. Let me part the Red Sea for you. Besides, that was Moses. You hear me? That ain't happening because it already happened. And those of us that were around in previous lifetimes did one or two things. You either stood with them or you stood against them. So I got no hate for those that want to stand against, but you want to stand against, go stand against in the corner in silence with your others. The rest of us got shit to do, clearing out these cobwebs from our brains. Oh, by the way, Genghis, when he was running around, what they call his army? Anybody know?
The Mongols.
Well, they made up a big part, yeah, but that wasn't the only group. They called this army Genghis Khan and the Golden Horde.
Horse, yeah, the horse too. Yeah.
Okay, so a horde. What the F is a horde? When you hoarding things, because even in this day, we still use that word. Somebody says, "Yo, they're shutting down the whole world because there's an invisible virus and people are going to die. You better start hoarding food and water." What does that mean? You collect shit.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Just like the cartels today, y'all think this gangster shit's new. Nah, it's just been shuffled around. See, you got basically, when you came across a real one, you got given an ultimatum that you had to decide on the spot. You either get down or you lay down. That's the newer version, right? In so-called Spanish, which is really Moorish Latin, or the newer version of Moorish Latin, they have a saying, pluma or plata. That's lead or silver. Which one you going to take?
Silver.
Meaning, sell out and take the silver, or you're going to catch some hot lead and you're going to be dead.
Mm-hmm.
So it's yours. It ain't that complicated. It's the same thing that happened with Genghis Khan. The reason why his army was called the Golden Horde, he ran through not just so-called Asia, because you got to remember, when we say Asia, depending on the time period that you're looking at, you can either be talking about the entire planet or what they call today Africa and above. North Africa, people get this stupid mind thing of stopping short on the southern hemisphere up by Mali and what Tunisia, Morocco, the kingdom, not the empire. But Europe, that ain't separated by a body of water. You can walk your happy ass from France to Germany. You can take a boat, it's a ferry that runs every day. Takes 14 minutes. That'll take you from the port in Spain over to Africa. It's like crossing the freaking East River.
Right.
Just doesn't have a GW bridge on it. That's all. For those folks who are in Jersey and know those landmarks. But anyway, there was another word that came up earlier that I made mental note to bring up. They were speaking about arrows. They brought up the word decimate. And people like to use words that they came across either in their reading or by conversation, however have you. But do they take the time to really learn the word? Because decimate has an origin in Moorish Latin.
Right.
And it don't mean go into a room, kill everybody. It was actually from the military. It's a military practice. Your troops effed up. You told them to do something, and they screwed up. As punishment, one of every 10 of the leaders, not just the enlisted, one of every 10 of the leaders that were given the task that failed, paid with their life. They effed up. They failed. That's the cost. You don't want to be on that list? don't fail. This is the peoples that we're coming out from. Okay. Genghis Khan and his horde were called the horde because the peoples varied. What I mean by that. How do you think some Siberian Asian with high cheekbones and certain eye features, certain T-zone, was able to go across the so-called Iberian or Siberian ice bridge by themselves only? Do you know that the freaking popes were writing letters and sending envoys to Genghis saying, no, we want no beef with you. We want no problems. Why? Because he followed the same path that another Moor that you may have known of, named Hannibal, passed through, went through the mountains with war elephants and made it through. He got through too. In other words, they couldn't stop that. They couldn't stop that army if they wanted to. So they had no choice but to reach out and to see if by offering tribute. What's tribute? You pay taxes. What's that? We're going to send you boxes and pawn boxes of gold if you do us the favor and anything else you want. And don't come over here and kill us all and take us and put us into slavery. It's not hard to find. There's a book about it. I've been talking about it for at least 6-7 years. I see the Duke of Ted's been talking about it even longer than that. Man, Hecky's been talking about it over a decade. Well, and where you could read how Genghis came through so-called South of Maxim, and made it up all the way up to what current day borders of what you call Texas and Mexico. And at the time, Mexico wasn't called Mexico. Just to be clear. That's where you get the term Mexica. The Mexico came out afterwards. That was post, okay, they got rid of Montezuma, 1300s. Oh, that's another one. Well, everyone who wants to talk about the 1621 and the replacement of the word Indian for Moor, how they swapped out Moor and replaced it by the word Indian. That wasn't the creation of the word. The word Indian, we already know, comes from the Papal Bull. And that was from earlier on, from as early as the 1100s, okay? Continued on in the 1300s, all right? You can read that shit for yourself. I'm not going to give you the Vatican's website. Have fun with the translation. Do know that if you do use an application to translate the Latin into English, because you don't know how to read Latin, do know that certain words have different words that could be subbed when doing a translation. What do I mean? I know, because I speak Spanish, not just Latin, Spanish, that los, sin, Dios, los is the plural of the. Sin, S-I-N, is without. And Dios is God. So those without God. You don't say the, right? Those. But you use one of these newer apps to do your translation, and instead of seeing those without God, they substitute that for heathen. Purposefully. If you ain't write the code, if you ain't build the database yourself, garbage in, garbage out. Don't be surprised. You understand? So it would behoove those who want to talk about it to maybe erudite themselves, learn the other languages, some parts at least, so that you don't get okey-doke into the sucker punch. All right? As far as the 1621 phrase, that specific sentence, that factoid, comes out from a book that was written covering an entry into congressional record. And what they were referring to was Archduke Ferdinand of Austria was sent a present from South America of Montezuma's headdress, and it was listed as Montezuma's headdress, a Moorish king. And the headdress would then be a Moorish headdress because Montezuma was a Moorish king. It was that entry in that log of that gift that got updated in 1621. Okay? Since people like to go and say, well, you're not showing proof, you're just showing stuff that you see online. Well, you're talking to the person who has been putting this online for the longest. Won't say I'm the first because I know I'm not. No better than that. A lot of time has passed since 1821 and yesterday. Just saying, not saying. But I do know how to read, and I got no problem citing the source because that one factoid ain't the make all be all. That's just that's one straw in the freaking pile of 1,000,000 pounds. Now, was that the straw that broke the camel's back and got you to wake up? I don't know. I'd be honored if it was. Be great. But that wasn't the intent. The intent is to give you, the individual listening, all the information in front of you. And you can choose the path that's correct for you. You want to be a descendant of a cotton picker from the Carolinas? Okay. You that. You want to be a war bonnet dancing around the teepee and big fire in a sweat lodge? Okay. Go be that. But stop talking shit about things your peoples that you claiming had nothing to do with. Because that's what you're trying to do.
Islam to that, brother, is
we have this stupid complexity of trying to pigeonhole thousands of years of transactions to one group. Want everybody here to go to the busiest spot that you know in whatever territory you reside at. I don't give a shit if that's the airport, a train station, downtown, what have you. Look at all these masses of people rushing about. Pick one out that crowd. Just one. And try to attribute 1,000 years worth of shit to that one person. Because that's what you look like when you come onto public platters like this, public platforms, talking some real idiotic stuff. That it doesn't take a rocket scientist, a genius, you know, some quantum physics computer to spell out. You've seen in 1995, the United Nations already accredited who? The Washita Nation. The Washita Moors as the oldest civilization on the planet. That didn't take forever and a day. Did I climb Mount Everest or go out to Timbuktu and find some monk, you know, standing on his thumb only, floating, levitating, drinking some lotus blossom tea? Took me to shut off the TV, to not be disturbed for a bit, and read.
Islam.
That's it. Once you do that for yourself, once you shut your ears up to everybody and the moms talking junk wherever, you can find out for yourself. Now, what you do have is a pocket pool of erudites who have done the same workout, the same mental challenges that you're coming across now. and they've been kind enough to leave the sources so that you too can go see it for yourself. I don't try to be Mr. or Captain Sabermo. Everybody to follow. Get behind me, let's go. Nah, not at all. But I know 1,000% that when I lift my head up from these pages that I'm looking at, that those that are around me, whether I'm talking about it or just absorbing it, they know that I know that I know that they know. So we know. And because we know, you a no-go. You go sit in the corner in your mama's basement on the couch, you playing your whatever video game you're playing, doing whatever crap you're doing, you know. But talking all this jazz, yes and no. So that mother, Aunt Becky with the bad hair, good hair, whatever, whoever she is, never heard of her, never knew of her, don't know her from Eve. But if she wants to talk about my prophet in an ill form, you now have my attention. You don't want my attention. Trust me. You really don't. But now you have it. So, that being said, I want to wish everyone a happy holy day. Stay Islam. To all mi hermanos. Robert Anthony Hente.
Islam. Islam.
Islam.
Islam Nova.
Islam.
Yeah.
I gotta
Now I wanna.
Oh, go ahead. No.
Yeah, Islam. I want to get in on this, and you know, everybody knows Moorish history is world history, and Moorish treaties is basically everything that signifies these Indians, which they want to talk crazy and get online and talk all this crazy stuff. But as it is written, you know, what I mean, we know as El Sadar, Abdul El Sadar was the one who supposed to have signed the Al Hispaniola over, or we'll call Al Andalus over to Queen Ferdinand and Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand. And we already know the Vatican was set up by Moors. So within that aspect, like the Papal Bulls, yes, within 1914.
That's when they declared to become a separate nation state within the nation.
Within the nation.
Yes. Real similar to 1913, but that's definitely the okay tonight temple. But that's sorry to interrupt, brother Islam.
Yeah, no, not a problem, brother Islam. But you know, they're supposed to have, you know, signed it over for $17 million in the year of, you know, 6204 Julian and 1491 Gregorian. So when we look at certain things as far as how these Indians want to claim certain things, they don't understand that Moors already had the Indian company that was started in with the British Moors. And they don't understand that Moors were the policemen, peacekeepers around the globe, because we had empire stretched all over. So just like we was running Europe, just like we was running Britain, Europe, Dane, all the treaties that we had signed in, they were all Moors. So within the contemplation of us going into wars with the French protectorate, that's when the coup had begun, because that's when the Europeans started gaining power, and a lot of our Moors started selling out. Now, that's just like in today's times. Like, we know the prophet is our prophet in these days and time. Now, anybody that's speaking against the prophet or talking ill wills of the prophet, we already know they're traitors. And we already know the history as far as Christopher Columbus. That's a title. It's not a real person, just like Kasir said. So Montezuma, that's a title. See what I'm saying? But
it was Moors that was ruling. That's the whole thing. Now, the whole Masonic secret is us, Moors. Now, we'll have these objectives, these agents that will go into all these things about the French, the German, the Spanish, the Irish, the Latin, Greek, Arabic, or Hebrew languages. That was all created by Moors because they was killing Moors because the treaties was in Latin and Arabic. So back in the day, if you knew this information, they wanted to, knock your head off because you had other Moors that decided to take the money from the Vatican, okay, and keep it because that was set up for business to make sure that Moors get whatever they needed. The whole thing was cool from the inside because once the aristocratic families had Europeans that was up under them, and that's how they learned government through masonry, which we know is more science. So, and it spread it wide and long through occult knowledges because just like the prophet said, that I had to make these people loosen the keys from India. So what they don't get is that they've been had these secrets, and just like they'll say some reference about the Aquarian gospel, those are all lies because how the prophet plagiarized anything when the Moors been wrote these scribes and been the prophets to all of it. So when we get into the knowledge of what has been stated and what's in stone, what the laws that's already on the books, these people want to look crazy and be like, what you talking about? No, there's laws already on the book that secure us in laws up under the Constitution, just like the prophet said. We don't need the 14th and 15th Amendment. You could throw that up out of here. You see what I'm saying? Because we are self-governing people that are supposed to have the power to elect and put certain servants in office. So once more start understanding, overstanding what is their political alignment in this society, then you have all this foolery that's always stated and spit out their mouth like the Dane Calloway and the top trash guys and the Tariq Nasheed guys. They want to spit nothing but bull crap, and they're gonna keep spitting it because what our people do, they eat it up. Same thing with this Indian stuff. Tribals and all that come from the Moors. Period. So when we look at certain things in history, we can go find. I can pull books out. We can go break shit down. I'm just talking to you off the head. But it's just certain things that we need to understand as Moors. We're not allowed the folly and allow these people to keep talking the bull crap because that's all they are. They agents. And that's what they're there for because they don't want you to have your birthright. Why don't we make the prophet sure and exact about what he says and demonstrate, just like the prophet said, imitate I, the prophet. So we're going to do that in demonstration and illustration for those dummies out there. Because this is what the empire is about. It's about self-education and the 5 principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And then we have this Moorish divine and national movement. So if we're not on the hedges and highways with it, okay, and people just want to be keyboard warriors, and talk shit all day, you know what I mean? But they're not about this shit. Really, they are agents. Really, they don't really care about the prophet. They just put them up on the screen. You see what I'm saying? So they can take advantage of Moors, usurp Moors' money, and they Federal Reserve notes. You see what I'm saying? But real faithful Moors know who to give their Federal Reserve notes to. Those are the ones who's put their work and that are doing something for Moors as a whole. Because the prophet said that Moors going to come into these temples with their eyes wide open and put those dirty Moors in the back. And that's what we need to be working on instead of over here talking about some impact shit. Oh, we're going to create a new state shit. when we don't even have all the temples functioning just like the prophet left them? So why don't we focus on one thing? Because I want to have tunnel vision on this to make sure that the fourth generation, just like Grand Sheik Kujo said, the yet and unborn have a chance at their birthrights. I don't give a damn about these dirty old dirties, because they're going to be grimy and do what they do. And I'm going to do what I do, because Moors don't know how strong they are until they have a foe. So, yo, I'm going to do what I do. I don't give a damn if you don't fuck with me, you don't like me, I don't care, because I'm doing it for my children. I don't care about anything else about, you know what I mean? Y'all want to sit up here and debate and argue and go back and forth about something that's, we can go pull it up. We got books right now. Where's the Indian shit at? Where's the references to that? Go find me something on that, and then maybe I'll think about that shit. But other than that, you can't tell me nothing about this Moorish American and my Moorish Americans. You can't tell me nothing, because I'm standing on that until I transition up out of this paradigm. So that's all I have to say, Moors, and I yield the flow with that. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Islam.
Islam.
I'd like to camel back a quick point on what the brother was saying, because there's a little bit. He got everything right in his act. There's a little more light that should come out, that especially new Moors get confused and unfortunately get taken advantage of. The Moors spoke on the Vatican's money, this, that, and the third, right? All right. So that money and selling out and taking that 30 pieces of silver or what have you, if you want to go to the whole Christendom coat, right? What that's really talking about isn't an individual taking a bribe in the form of an envelope.
Well, more,
Okay?
it's
So, hold on.
Okay.
No, hold on, more. Let me land the plane.
Okay.
What is really talking about, and you know, I'm not a religious Moor that I'm gonna go tell you, you need to believe in the same sky daddy that I do, else you're not. I'm not one of those. Okay, as long as you tell me, yeah, you have faith in a God, and you have some organization entity that you go through. I don't care what that entity is. When you tell me that entity, that just tells me how I come to talk to you, so that we're on the same page and we don't have any type of conflicts while we're intercoursing, having dialogue between one another. If you tell me you're coming out of Christendom, no problem. You tell me you coming out of Judaism, no problem. You tell me you coming from Muslim, no problem. I got it. But yo, from the Muslim side, is it legal in your religious practice to charge interest on loans? No? Okay. From the Christian side, is it legal for you to charge interest on loans? Yeah? Yo, do I have a deal for you? Do you get it yet?
Yeah.
That's the 30 pieces. All right. In today's world, all right, you all heard Amazon exists. There's a company called Amazon, right? They sell shit through line. People be ordering shit, right? Books, electronics, TVs, food, whatever the fuck they're selling, right?
Right.
How much they pay in taxes each quarter? How much they pay total per year in taxes?
Cool.
You know?
I don't even have that number on my head. More, go ahead.
Well, I can tell you the number because it's not that difficult since we created the number. It's called zero. Net zero. What's net zero? They may write a check up front, but they're going to get it back for the quarter, but they'll get it back at the end of the year in the form of some type of rebate return, refund. Get it?
Right.
So those funds that these ginormous corporations are able to skirt and alleviate because they have however many accountants or whatever, lawyers, whatever, on payroll, and that's their only job is to minimize how much they have to pay. And I don't know if the game is I have to pay so much and I hire a team and they got my debt to be zero or worse, or even better for me, worse for the peoples, they got it so that you owe me money for doing what I do. That's making me my money. Well, what happened? That creates a vacuum.
Right.
What's the vacuum? The vacuum is how many so-called first world countries have universal health care? How many don't?
A lot of people suffer us.
Exactly. You see what I'm going? See where this is going?
Yeah, I see where it's going, more. I see where it's going.
The prophet told us that the monies, which we know is gold and silver, okay, precious metal, right, belongs to who? An individual family? No, the nation, right? The nation, the people.
Yep.
So every time that you turn on a business report and they're talking about some mega corp reducing their taxes to a point that they're getting a refund check, though they just did, $13 gazillion for the year. They're literally telling you, without telling you, these people are robbing you and your children,
right,
and your children's children,
right.
And you're either happy about it because you're a quote unquote investor. You got 2 shares of Amazon, and that's all you can afford at almost $200 a share. Or you're like, ooh, I got an extra 48 cents this week. Wow. Or, once you dig around and you figure this out for yourself, you go, wait a minute, how did we get to this position? Well, that's why you have things such as lobbyists. This is why there's monies going over to shit that you have no say of. This is why they snuck in the Federal Reserve in 1933.
Right.
Because the peoples once had the ability to veto actions that they didn't want. The so-called, even though we know it's a colored of law government, which means fake, not the real. Okay. We had the ability to veto anything that they were proposing to do. How? With our so-called script money, our paper, our bill. What do you mean? You want to fight a war? World War I, World War II, whoever? Okay, well, we need cash so that we can buy more weapons and ammo and get food and gotta get the uniforms and you gotta train up and yada yada. Go buy a war bond.
Right.
If you wasn't down with the war, you didn't buy a war bond.
Right.
You just cast your vote by where you put your money at.
Mm-hmm.
Today, that's not the case.
It's all crazy today.
Today, you have no say so, because I don't know of anybody wanting to send money to the Ukraine or pay for Israel's health care.
Right.
But it's still being done. Not me. So somebody out there with deep pockets, go check Elon. What's Elon Musk doing? Go check his bank account. That motherfucker cut a check. Who got this money over there? Right? Go check on Indian folks. See if they're sending checks or something.
Right. But we already know that all this stuff is simple. Just like Biden, he's just the face, you know what I mean? And we got all these deep state people that's pulling all the strings in the background, got all these damn open borders, you know what I mean? Got all these nationals coming over here. They're getting all the incentives, and the people that's from here ain't getting nothing. So these people want to still act like they don't want no nationality. Okay. They keep on acting dumb, deaf, and blind to the situation because they're going to be the ones that's going to hurt in the long run. You see what I'm saying? Yep. They don't want to listen to Moors.
No, I tell you, it's too late.
Islam nobles.
Islam.
Is there a so-called Indian, whether it be a dark-skinned Indian or a pale-faced Indian, that can say that they're not United States citizens?
Not that I know of.
Not that I
Nah, because
know of.
that's what the
They
Indian
United
is.
States citizens to
Come
me.
on. That's what
So
the Indian is off the bat.
Right.
they even got this thing where they're saying, well, we're not Native Americans, we're not Indians, we're Aboriginals. Is the Aboriginal separate from an Indian?
No, because Aboriginal ties to Moorish, and then Aboriginal just indigenous. You have to have your creed tied to
Indigenous
that,
to where?
your nationality tied to that.
To who? Exactly.
Now, what if there's a code I can list, and there's a case law I can list, and a treaty that I can list. This shows that by way of people becoming Indians or claiming themselves as Indians, it actually gave the United States power to form a Bureau of Land Management and form patents off the land that they got from Indians.
That's what the Negro and the Indian is for. They just like what's going on right now with when we talk about the so-called immigrants coming over here, but everybody has a nationality. They're going back to
Exactly.
nationality again. You know what I'm saying? They're doing the same thing. It's a replacement. Negro always gonna be on the back because he undesirable, and Indian right behind him because you fictitious. You the same thing as a Negro. You just saying Negro as Indian. That's like saying in another language. It's the same.
Islam. Let me
So
say that
this,
another way.
so
Let
this
me,
is
let me say
where
the
this
same
is
thing.
where it's
Islam.
very
Islam.
funny.
Islam. Let me
They
say the same
say,
thing the brother just said, but slightly different. What he just said was all these immigrants coming over, they're a minority. Look it up in Black's Law Dictionary. Minorities are what? Wards.
minors.
Right.
Yep.
Indeed.
Legally, it says a minority is a ward. What happens with
See,
wards?
They have to be governed.
Yep.
Oh,
And
okay,
looked at.
so now
Cherokee
the
versus
brother just
Georgia.
said, go
That's
right back to
literally
what he
Cherokee
said.
versus Georgia. They were
Yep.
deemed as wards to the government, who is their guardians. That's on
Yep.
law. That's never been overturned. It's still on law.
Sure
And
is.
that's why they push our
Supreme Court
people to
case.
be black and Negro and colored and African American because the United States corporation want to be over you. And when Moors
This is
tell
what
you to self-govern, come on.
this is why they have to
That's the
push
same thing that happened to
the
Doc. That's what happened to Dr. York. Like
yeah.
he was doing this thing, but he's talking about Yamasi. He ain't said nothing about more. Oh, you Yamasi? Let's get that land back. We just about the Indian give. You know, let me get that back. You basically was on a reserve too. Although he had all the other problems, but that was the biggest problem. You're
Yep.
you're
Because
not Yamasi.
he
You're a
was
Moor.
he called himself his constitution was called the United Nation of Nubian Moors.
Yep.
Yep.
He had that fez with the onk on the front as a Nubian, but we went to court. He put on the cherry red fez.
Oh yeah, the same one that he said that the Moors was dead and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Morris
Too
is
late.
dead. Okay, now
Yep.
Morris probably about to show you from the soul plane what's happening. So
Yep. Because he
enjoy that under the prison.
spoke
You got
bad.
Rod
He
Hayes
spoke
and
bad
Empress
on this
Rarebird trying to
prophet too,
resurrect
more.
him from the Supermax prison and trying to say that he's the emperor of the land and they're going to get him out of prison. And people are actually following these people. The lady who had
Wow.
a Indian headdress on took the headdress off mid lecture and put a black fez on. Didn't know what the name of the fez was, so she asked Rod Hayes, "Oh, what is this called again?" He said, "Oh, that's the fez, mother." Then she pulled out two emblems. One was the emblem of a Eastern Star. The other one was the emblem for the Masons. And she said, "I'm the Master Mason." What type of mixed games
Well,
are
she
happening?
she
Yep.
she she is the master mason. She's the grand architect, the one who
Oh
builds
God.
with no hands in the dark. But at the same time, she's in the dark, so she's not building nothing. Like this is why you
Yep.
uplifting the mother, so the mother can bring in these children. The mother can raise the nation up again. You know what I mean? Like even here, the whole panel is full of men. It's all Moors. It's no mothers in it. But this is right here is why it's no mothers in it because they running from all the confusion. They like, oh man, I got to deal with life. Life going on. I don't have time for this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like all these people are just creating a bigger problem. It's like it said, go sit down in the corner and shut up. Like if you don't know, just sit in the corner and be quiet, man. It's cool.
So let me ask you a
100%.
question, brother. So what do you do
100%.
when you come across a group or organization, right, who trying to rectify the situation? Because the last time I checked, There's a Moorish Science Temple, the border to number 5, has a hell of a track record of doing just that.
Are they gonna run from it, bro? They don't want the truth. Like Morris have to keep in
They're
mind what
ready
our prophet told us. It's only gonna be a handful saved, bro. Like and our increasing of effort is not gonna change the handful. In other words, the prophet was wrong, and he not wrong. So basically, let these people, let the dead bury the dead. Really, this is just a conversation that we having. You know what I mean? Because we know the truth, and we're steadily
I'm gonna
learning
say
it.
it
They
this way.
don't.
I'm gonna say it this way. Us knowing the truth is what's causing the increase of the folly.
Yep.
Islam.
True.
It's literally them increasing the poison into the people. They know it's not going to affect us, but there's two in the back who today first found out that His Majesty King George, the one that they had a fight against to create the United States.
Right.
Most people today, those two in the back, they Google King George, they see a cartoon of some Occidental wearing a powder wig and tights. They don't know that they could go to the London Museum of Science and see, well, they have to make an appointment now because they have it in a special room in the basement, and see the royal portrait of him painted, where you see clearly he got a fro, he's a Moor, looks just like my brother-in-law. Exactly like my brother-in-law.
Islam.
Same appointment you got to make to see the emblem of America, which is the mother with a adorning a big fez. I mean, a big turban. Sorry, a big turban with feathers from it. But Indians say that they don't wear turbans. That's Moorish stuff. But the emblem of America, same appointment you got to make in London to see this picture at this point. She's adorning a big turban.
Islam.
And she's dark skinned, of course.
Islam.
Peace to the Moors. I have to go. Peace to the Moors.
Islam.
Islam.
Peace is even when they talking the Turtle Island stuff, like the Turtle Island, that's high science because you talking about the back of the turtle and then dealing with the months of the year and such. It ain't got nothing to do with this being no Turtle Island for real. Like, come on, man. Like stop, man. Like, how is it an island when it's a continent? Like you have to put some sense to it. That's what I'm saying. It can't even be an argument. If you telling me this Turtle Island and I know it's a continent, I'm just looking at you while you talking now. Just go ahead and talk, or I have to walk away from you.
Right.
And then I remember too when we first saw the statue and we're looking at the statue, we're like, yo, he really has a fez on and shit. Like, what's wrong with these indigenous?
Like whole fez on the statue on top of the totem poles and everything, and you
The
still
eagle and
talking.
everything. The eagle and everything more.
And then they say, oh yeah, this is Turtle Island, and he's standing on a turtle with a 5-point star on the back of the turtle.
Hey, they skip over all that. All the stuff that point back to Morris, they're gonna leave that out.
Right.
Stop.
Yeah, for real. For real.
Stop it.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So much connections, man.
I got a book reference. The book is called The People of Artatama, The Cultural Personality of a Colombian Mestizo Village. And when you get to page 158 of 522, it says in the second paragraph, the term Moro, literally Moor, is commonly used when referring to the ancient Indians of the valley in the village. A Moro is a heathen, unbaptized Indian, and expressions like in the time of the Moors, en tiempo de los Moros, or cuando la Morisca, are frequently heard when discussing the history of the region. Frequently heard when discussing the history of the region, with the words reyano and reyana from rey, i.e. king. People refer to Indians who were born in the time of the Spanish vice-regency, and as some of them had acquired fame as curers or shamans, they still often are remembered. The terms Mao and Reyano are, of course, quite offensive when used while discussing the genealogy of the local family of high-class status. And to say of someone, his great-grandmother was a Reyana, is rather an insult. But when I juxtapose that reading to the clans and consanguinity section of the Constitution for the Iroquois Nation, and I go to part 46, it says the women of the 48, now 50, Roane families shall be the heirs of the authorized names for all time to come. Authorized names? How come none of these people have? Why don't they read their own constitution? Why don't they have authorized names? What happens when a Roane mother doesn't pass down a title, one of 5 titles, to the Indians? Look, and it really says 5 titles. 5 nations should run in the family line, and that's the title that they pass down. So it says right here in 49, if any Roane means noble, and that's in 45, but in 49 it says if any Roane women, heirs of a titleship, shall willfully withhold a lordship or other title and refuse to bestow it, or if such heirs abandon, forsake, or despise their heritage, then shall such women be deemed buried in the family extinct. The titleship shall then revert to a sister family or clan upon application and complaint. The lords of the confederacy shall erect the family or clan which shall in future hold the title. What?
Matriarchs.
You know, two of the original clans are named the Great Name Bearers and the Ancient Name Bearer. What is the ancient name? What's the great name that we bore? If it wasn't more. It's just 2 records that shows that the ancient Indians before they were baptized are called Moors.
Yeah, Moros. Yeah. And they called them heathens because of the battles, the end battles that Moors went up against each other. You had the Christians going against Islam. And that's just been, and then at one point in particular time, we was all right beside each other. Christians, Muslims, all right beside each other, so-called Hebrew Israelites, which we'll say are Armenians. You know what I mean? So
the Indians' gods were Moors. Like the Indians' gods were Moors, literally. Ada Bay, that's a Moor, the mother. Pachamama, that goes into Pasha when you deal with Turkish, is a Moor. These are Moorish folklores and Moorish understandings. The Kisawa is the Virginian Black Indian god, or so-called Black. This is a Moorish deity, literally sitting there with her hands out. She has in one hand the zodiac wheel with a sash under it, and on top of the zodiac wheel is a fez on top of it. Her other hand, she's holding a Moor's head.
Right.
That's fine.
Some people call it Okius.
Can't beat
Yeah,
that.
and on top of that, I kind of like real quick. I just want to add in for the new minds that are watching, heathen. I know it's biblically is looked at as a bad thing, but heathen is just people of the heath, and a heath is also a mound. So a heathen is also another way for saying mound builder. I just wanted to put that in there.
Islam, noble.
And then in the English say when they define Moor with the lowercase m, they call the land a heath, which is a moor.
Right.
Hey, what was Bill Cosby trying to say with his appellation being Heathcliff?
More Mound Cliff.
I mean, come on now. Hey, and then check that too. You got Heathcliff the alley cat. He was different from the other cats. You did?
Right. He beat up. He beat up a lot of motherfuckers. Threw them other cats in the trash can. Even the dogs were scared of Heathcliff.
You feel me? Hey, that's a good one right there. I gotta take that one in. I gotta take that one in some more.
So how come we got Johnson versus McIntosh, where the European Chief Justice Marshall actually defined the Indians as not being able to pass land down because the Aboriginal title is under what's called the radical title held by the United States for discovering America and finding so-called Indians in America. They don't speak about Moors, but they speak about Indians. This case law never was overturned. So therefore, Indians' aboriginal title doesn't supersede the American radical title. When you look up what a radical title is, it's called an allodial title. The funny part is, United States doesn't have an allodial title because they have no titles of the original land. We are the only ones that could possess those titles, and what we would have to do is just write up our own document. Because we're the descendants of the ones who was here before. Now we're here, and there's no change of the lineage from before to now. I am who my ancestor was, without shadow of a doubt, first in line, first in time when it comes to the maxims of law. So if I write up a document saying this is my land, then it's like my great 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 grandfather saying this is my land.
Islam. We are what our ancestors are today in this day and time.
So, and if we got records of a so-called church, 5th century church in Cockaponcet Forest, Connecticut, being constructed by the hands of Berber, Libyan, Moroccans, or Mauritanians, you can say, either way, they built a church here before they even created Islam. 480 AD. Before Islam, they built a church here. They called the land Asku Shamal. Therefore, if they were Christian, so when you deal with the doctrine of discovery, the doctrine of discovery is for any land to be conquered by the Christians that didn't know about the land possessed by non-Christians. So if we use that record, we show that the Christians knew about America, called Asku Shamal, when they were in the time where they were Berbers. Came to the land, we were already here. So that shows you an ancient aspect of so-called Moorish cosmogony of the land being discovered by Christians before time immemorial. So therefore, the doctrine of discovery doesn't really exist when you bring that fact up. But if you're an Indian, you don't have the record to claim that, because you're the ones without God.
Islam. That's why the Moors' history is so vast. We have the Egyptian, we have, Egypt's supposed to be here, which it was, ancient Mu, Atlantis. And when Moors say all this was over here, they be looking at us crazy, like, no, it wasn't. Everything, all the new countries over there in Africa has been put over there just recently, especially the kingdom. So, and when we go looking into it on the research for it, and you look at these countries, all of them, that's what all they are, all a part of the UN, all new countries. So y'all can do your research on that. You ain't gonna believe what I'm saying. Do the research, and you'll figure things out that a lot of these people are taking up to be you. Is they're only doing a reflection of you over there in Africa, because everything was conjoined. And we already know that the continent separated. So just do the research and be studious, and don't let anybody and everybody just tell you anything, because man doesn't know by being told. And I yield the flow with that.
Oh yeah, it's a book reference. If people, for the ones who hold on to the Indian, and this is another thing too. If you're an Indian tribe, what would be your nation? They always say, if you're a Moor, who's your tribe? You're thinking backwards. You can still be a Moor and claim the tribe that your grandmother or whoever gave you. Your nation would be the Moorish nation. Now they're like, well, where's Moorish nation? Remember, where's the Moorish nation in America? Do you not know people defines what a nation is? Mm-hmm. So it's the people that share a common culture and common blood connection is the nation. Nacio is the nation. So if the nation of Moors is the people who have common culture and blood and share blood ties. That's the nation. You're trying to look for a land, but the people standing on top of the land, you're superseding and passing them.
Right. And you know what? That's what they try to do with this Indian shit, with this black shit, this African American 2-continent shit. And they always want to speak down on the Moors. The Moors are sovereign citizens. Moors are crazy. Moors don't know what they talking about, and all this damn nonsense. Well, we're gonna prove.
Name the Indian Empire.
Yeah, go ahead, Noble. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying what would be the name of the Indian Empire?
Well, like I said, it's gonna have to be the Moorish Empire. If anything, you know what I mean? They don't have Indian really doesn't have anything unless it comes from the Moors. So we already know that, Noble. You know what I mean? They should know that. You know? Because all the treaties that they did, they snatched those things right on up like they never written them. What was the president that went to war and put them on reservations once they signed the treaties with them? I think it's Andrew, was it?
That's due to a war. You do what you want to do with them, and they don't have no say so. You know what I mean? That's how like a parent be like, your parents tell you to do something, you like, why? They're like, because I told you to, and then you go do it.
Yep.
It's the same thing.
Islam. So we already know that these treaties that these Indians did, that's why they had the Indian Removal Act. They removed all of you so-called Indians and put y'all on stations and turned our shit into casinos. And then y'all want to talk shit about the Moors? Y'all need to stop it.
Look what they got them doing, though. I mean, like, you talk about you profiting off of gambling. You profiting off of somebody else's being downtrodden. Or, shoot, we don't even gamble. That's not part of our creed. Gambling not part of the creed. You don't gamble because that's you trying to say that you know more than Allah. You know what's about to happen. No, you don't. Like, Allah laughed at man's plans. It's allowing to my brother any day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, more. Islam.
Islam, boys. We're just pulling up on 4 hours right now.
Hey, boy, this like a teamwork chat.
It's kind of close this one out, Grand.
You already know how that goes.
Just like the boys getting the last 2 minutes out. Just go around where everyone getting the last 2 minutes out. This are we Indians or are we Moors? Blah blah.
Well, we most definitely Moors. I want to say Islam to all the Moors, especially all my brethren that I kick it with. Hey, keep doing what y'all doing, man. Moors in fruition mode. We ain't trying to hear that.
Islam, Noble.
Islam.
Happy Holy Day, too.
Yeah.
Happy Holy Day.
Noble.
Happy Holy Day. For real. Happy Holy Day to all the studious Moors. Happy Holy Day to all the industrious Moors.
Islam.
Every Moor.
Islam.
All the Moors on the panel.
Islam.
You know what I mean? Highest honors to our Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The highest honors to our Prophet Noble Drew Ali. You know, so-called Cherokee, but still told us we are Moors. Moorish Americans to be specific. You know, so I don't, you know, you already know fruition mode. We're not worried about los indios are talking about. We're not worried about none of that. Islam.
They ruthless. They ruthless.
Ruthless indeed. Islam.
I like to close out with the 1677 Middle Plantation Treaty signed with Charles II. They called him the Dread King and the King and Queens of the Indian tribes. This is Article 3, and this is going to give you the understanding of what these people are doing with our lands. I say our, you'll understand when I read it. Part 3. That all Indians who are in amity with us, being the crown, and have not land sufficient to plant upon, be upon informants, forthwith provided for. They're saying that if the Indians didn't have land, the crown would provide them with land upon information. That's an informant. And land laid out and confirmed to them as aforesaid, never be disturbed therein or taken from them so long as they own, keep, and maintain their due obedience and subjection to his majesty, his governor and government, and amity and friendship toward the English.
Wow.
This is where patents come from.
Islam.
Islam.
They steal. That's all they do. Steal more Zolotio titles with patents. Yeah.
Hey, bro, you said that's where the patents come from. That's the origination of patents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Article 2 says, thereupon the said Indians and Indian kings and queens and their subjects shall hold their lands and have the same confirmed to them in their prosperity by patent under seal of His Majesty's colony, without any fee, gratuity, or reward of the same, and such forth, and in the free and firm manner of the others of His Majesty's subjects have enjoyed their lands and possessions, paying yearly, and for lieu of quit rent or acknowledgement of the same, only 3 Indian arrows.
That's crazy because more share information. You know what I mean? Like we wouldn't lock it down where you wouldn't be able to use it, or I would be in your pocket. You know, I would invent something hoping that you would improve upon it, or it would be useful to you. You know what I mean? They go back to that hoarding thing that Brother Iz talked about. But I yield.
Yeah, because information is everything, and information, you have the right information, then you can study and get the job done correctly. So that's all we're trying to say, more is that, you know, stick with those Moors that's putting out the right information, and then especially do your own research, because you are the one that's responsible. So you have to do your own research, and I yield the floor.
Islam. Peace and love to all the Moors for getting on here. Just remember, Moors, that you won the championship for all you Moors. So you're champs too.
Islam. Hey, Moore, I got a link with the geneticists, Moore. We need a conversation with that more badly.
Yeah. For real.
Indeed.
Honors to all the Moors worldwide. Happy Holy Day to all the Moors. Honors to the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Honors to all the Moors in the chat. Peace and love to all the mothers. Happy Holy Day once again. Honors to all the Moors. Islam to all the Moors worldwide.
We out rocking.
Common sense was made before book sense. Canaanland Moors presents Common Sense Quick.
Legendary, bury me in the North Gates Cemetery, February the 4th days. Son of Mary, day ahead of my born day. Independence and law may civil little a lost case. With case laws, we break them down like Jericho. Keeping all my lions tamed, I'm Chris Jericho. I'll keep a mask on deck, I'm Rey Mysterio. Fake pandemics announced over the radio. Annoyed with the game, the joys and the pains. I'm Rob Bass, mixing with rock the hard way. I was in a lost state. Prophets stood me up right, brought me to a lost gate. Cooking like I'm Salt Bay, repping like I'm Denzel. Malcolm X, Deja Vu, Roman J. Israel. Had Noble Drew Ali in plain sight, but people still can't see it, so the snake's still showing up. Stakes still high, so the race still going up. Warriors of the North Gate, we not slowing up. Born in the manger, sworn to be savior. Walk through the valley of the shadows of the death dip in slavery. Looking for light, the book of Genesis. Astro plane entrances, invoke the nemesis. Abstract images of past lives kicking in. Danger, running for your life. Finish him.
Morris Omar, key man or oracle. Using Trinity powers, decipher allegorical. Lost and metaphorical, holy books are metaphysic. Fact slap a dirty more or a Drew Ali critic. Calling him Thomas or Walter and get your face caved. Or cut like a close shave. Drowned in my brainwaves, squashed by heat waves. Activating Kundalini. Abyssinia invaded by Mussolini. Selassie I in exile. Reptile in Genesis, niggas appearing real. All I see is false evidence. DA are feminists, stomped on by elephants. More like more prejudice, but want Moorish benefits. When you feel the cold magnetic resonance. Apis horns of the sacred book, all maleficent. Great cosmic mothers, return to blessedness. No pestilence, ace all the testaments. Tap into remembrance, never to forget again. Use energy right, not put spell effects on men. Wandering the earth plane with no they live shades. Keeps you a mental slave as the horizon fades. It's been decades since Christian crusades. raids. Not enough rebellions, too many vigil bouquets. Holding on to the fence, burning on doomsday. War ruled by Mars, it might be on a Tuesday.
Canaanland Moors presents Common Sense Quickie. What we do here is we add some common sense thinking to everyday situations or comments that may arise. Want to give it a try?